Yep. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying double song. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some one-on-ones. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die by our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child's play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the sheets. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfuck the thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get a little buddy these hands. He wasn't no abo man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth, that's an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post dated. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. Go ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Happy Juneteenth, everybody.
To all my niggas.
Well, hang on one. You gotta let people know you're allowed to say that, okay?
Am I?
Of course.
Am I brown enough for you? Not brown enough, bro?
Yeah. Well, guys, Juan's got the N pass, by the way. So that's a fact. Caught me off guard, but yeah, immediately demonetized. Thanks for that. But
Dude, your song said it like 55 times.
Well, only people who are allowed to say it, can say it. And you've got to let people know. You've got to let people know that you can say it.
All right, I can say it. I'm going to say it.
He's Puerto Rican. He has an afro. He can say it.
When I grow it out, it's an afro. That's why I don't grow it out.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Now, if we weren't on YouTube, I'd be saying that shit left and right, okay? But no, we love YouTube. We love everybody everywhere, no matter what. Brown, purple, green, yellow, of course. But happy Juneteenth, everybody. We're going to be going deep on some hidden Black history of America. And we're not going to be falling for any nonsense here. We're going to hear some potentially outlandish theories out, but we're going to digest it all, make sure we get a big full picture of this. And this is something I've covered a little bit on my channel. Ancient Black, a Black presence in ancient America, whether that's African, Aboriginal, you name it. We're going to get into all the different theories, conflicting theories even, but we're going to try and do it justice, even if this isn't our, expertise, far from it. We're going to try and do some of these theories justice, and we're going to uncover some deep, sometimes disturbing, little known American history. Okay. Little known American history. And yeah, guys, Black history, African, copper colored, Moorish, Aboriginal, Pan-African, Hebrew Israelite, Black samurai. We're going to be talking about it all tonight. We've got a whole lot lined up. So, yeah. How you doing, Juan?
I'm doing all right. I think that this is one of the topics that you've talked about quite a bit. And I think that a lot of your research leads here. So I wouldn't say that you don't really know much about it, because you've done quite a bit of research into this particular subject. I know you haven't covered it recently, right? Because it can be polarizing and people have their opinions and whatnot. But I mean, if anyone doesn't know anything here, it's me. But I'm going to ask questions. I want to learn, and I want to, uncover the way of thinking of some people. Again, coming from the island of trash, Puerto Rico, I'm sure we're mixed in there with some indigenous, Black, and whatever, Spaniard or whatever else is in there, So, yeah, let's get into it, bro. But I feel like you've done quite a bit of research into this, and I think that you are able to talk about this, because again, a lot of your research leads exactly to this, and you're one of the guys that talks about, right, the Moors in America and all these other things that you've been talking about it for years now, since I've known you.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of my window into this world, is how much of it's in. Hang on, that's a little loud. Florida history is kind of my thing, and that's how I stumbled onto this. And I guess that's a good place to start. You hear that?
I do.
It's the bird noises. Oh my. All right, no more chirps.
What are you laughing about?
Nothing. I don't hear anything.
Just the sound on it. Can you adjust the sound on it? Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Where's the music?
It's gonna start off. It's just a track, so it's gonna start off and just let it do its thing, but just turn it down.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's a good place to start. So let's just open it up and kind of
sound check real quick. People are saying there's an echo. How does it sound? Testicles.
No,
long ago?
they're thinking of the birds, the bird noises. We'll kick that in a sec. But guys, let me show you the background here. Now, what you see depicted there is an artistic illustration of the Americas and the Native Americans, Aboriginal Americans. So that's kind of, to me, maybe the easiest place to start all this off. We've been given a narrative about Black people in America. In school, in school, it's something you learn every single year. In history class, at least for me, every single year, you refresh on slavery in history class. Civil War, slavery, Revolutionary War, the basics. But slavery is always a big, big part of that. And now we are going to be talking about the We Was Empire, okay? The hidden, you've heard of Tartaria? No, folks. You haven't heard of nothing yet, okay? The We Was Empire eclipsed the Tartarians, okay, and the Lemurians, okay? So that's the empire we're going to be talking about. And let the black drink flow, am I right? Let's see. Okay, slavery. Are all Black people in America descended from slaves? According to what we've learned in history class, they would have to be. 99.9% would have to be descended from slaves. But as you'll notice, there's a growing community of Black and white and otherwise who believe they are not the descendants of slaves. They teach, they believe, these communities, that Black people have always been here. That Blacks, and just that word right there on its own, that's a word that so many of them don't like. So many of them don't like. Black. And in some of those theories, they get real nitty-gritty with the language, the linguistics. They believe that's one of the kind of evidences for this hidden history. Is Black meaning bleach. Blank. Blanco. That's Black. Black meant white originally, right? And there's kind of been a inversion of the colors, especially in a legal sense, right? You hear about Black's Law Dictionary, right? Supposedly named for someone named Black. But we're going to be talking about a lot of people tonight who have Black or Moor in their last name. And I guess you could say, and again, these communities are conflicting. So it's really hard to just kind of take a bite out of this topic. But the general notion is that Black people have been in America since before Columbus got here. And I think that's the one thing that all these communities can agree on, is that Blacks, whether they are African, whether they're Moorish, whether they're, whether they're slaves, they were here before Columbus. That's something that I can say I've been convinced of. I'm convinced on that matter. So the only kind of thing to figure out from there is, in what capacity were they here already? Were there Black-skinned people, dark-skinned people who are indigenous to America? Whatever indigenous means, because people have been moving since the dawn of time. Are they indigenous to America? Are some of them indigenous to America? Were they part of an empire who came to the Americas before Columbus? Were they part of the Moorish Empire specifically who the Spaniards had just kicked out of Spain right before Columbus leaves for the Americas. Okay, so are they Aboriginal? Are they native? Are they from a Moorish empire, from some distant empire that got stuck in America? I guess those are kind of the two main branches to this theory. But I've got just a small list here. There's kind of 7 main groups who deal with the alternative Black history. Number 1, you have Black Hebrew Israelites, right? They believe that Black people are the Hebrews, Israelites, and even sometimes they say Jews from the Bible. And the Black Hebrew Israelite thing does kind of get mingled into the American Israelite theory, the theory that American Indians are descended from the tribes of Israel in some way, or that they're Semitic people, right? So Black Hebrew Israelites, but they don't have too much to do with America, only some of the fringe groups. Well, actually, they particularly believe that Black Americans are more Hebrew than Black Africans. Now that, again, there's conflicting groups within that community. So that would be the first one, the first main community, Black Hebrew Israelites. Number 2, you have the Nation of Islam, right? Nation of Islam would include people like, what's this guy's name? Elijah Muhammad. Yeah, Elijah Muhammad, and then Louis Farrakhan, of course, Louis. Wallace Fard Muhammad, right? So you have these various leaders, and then of course Malcolm X kind of stepped out of that tradition too. So those are Nation of Islam. Now, Malcolm X has a couple quotes that kind of point to the potential that he's potentially trying to say Blacks were in America. He has a quote. Maybe we can watch the video. Plymouth Rock.
Bro,
What's up?
was this guy Black?
Who, Malcolm X?
Wallace Fard Muhammad?
Well, he's a colored person. Not really Black by today's standards, but he's a colored person of
Bro,
color.
what is this? After one of Fard's followers performed a human sacrifice, Fard was briefly arrested, but the police ordered him to depart Detroit and not return.
Well, that's where we get into some crazy wee-wuzzery, okay?
Whoa.
Because, yeah, good point, Old World Micmac. He looks Turkish, yeah. Yeah.
He doesn't.
Well, this is the community that Yaqub came out of, too. You've heard of Yaqub?
I've heard that name, yes.
Do you know about Yaqub, the big-headed person?
Mm-mm.
The big-headed Black man who created the white race?
Oh, yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah. And now I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. So that came out of like an offshoot of the Nation of Islam, the Moorish scientists. So here, there's the Nation of Islam, and then kind of closely related is the Moorish scientists. Can you look these up and show people the Wikipedias, please?
Which one do you want me to look up?
Black Hebrew Israelites first. Okay, so yeah, the first group is Black Hebrew Israelites. New religious movement claiming that African Americans are descendants of the ancient Israelites. Some subgroups believe that Native and Latin Americans are descendants of the Israelites as well. Thank you. The second big group would be the Nation of Islam. If you could search them up, please. Gonna pull my locks down here, folks. Let that melanin shine. Letting my melanated locks shine out and absorb the vril energy. But
So this is a cult? What it is?
yeah.
This guy?
Dude, where's the music?
You gotta let it run, dude. Just let it do its thing.
It's like unbearable. Let me know when the music kicks in. All right, so the Nation of Islam, NOI, is a religious organization founded in the United States by Wallace Fard Muhammad in 1930. A centralized and hierarchical organization, the NOI is committed to Black nationalism and focuses its attention on the African diaspora, especially on African Americans. While describing itself as Islamic and using Islamic terminology, its religious tenets differ substantially from Orthodox Islamic traditions. Scholars of religion characterize it as a new religious movement. And again, this is just Wikipedia information, so I'm sure the adherents of these kind of groups are going to disagree with how Wikipedia characterizes them, but that's all right. The next group, like I said, related to this one, is the Moorish Sciences.
The Moorish Sciences?
Moorish scientists or sciences. It'll come up.
Of
Yeah,
America?
Moorish Science Temple of America. They are Wikipedia calls them an American national and religious organization founded by Noble Drew Ali, born as Timothy Drew, allegedly, in the early 20th century. He based it on the premise that African Americans are descendants of the Moabites and thus are Moorish by nationality and Islamic by faith. Ali put together elements of major traditions to develop a message of personal transformation through historical education, racial pride, and spiritual uplift. His doctrine was also intended to provide African Americans with a sense of identity in the world and to promote civic involvement. Okay. So, that's the Moorish Science Temple of America. And honestly, just going to throw this out there, they seem to be the most, people are going to hate this, but they seem like they learn the most and like study the most and are active with like debating and stuff. I could be wrong on that, but that's how it seems. That's how it feels. Like they're almost kind of like the Black Freemasons a little bit. And we're going to see that the Shriners, who we'll kind of talk about at the end of this, the Shriners are related to this kind of tradition. So,
Is that
yeah,
where they get the monkey with the cap on it?
Yep, the monkey with the fez.
Yeah.
That's a mockery of this kind of tradition. We're going to get to that in a sec.
Oh.
But, so yeah, and they were pretty active in Florida too for a time. Noble Drew Ali, he's an interesting character. Very interesting guy. But, okay, the fourth group that's kind of into this alternative American history would be foundational Black Americans.
Foundational what?
Foundational Black Americans. Maybe they don't have their own Wikipedia, but well, maybe they do. But yeah, they're I think they're the ones who kind of embrace a slave history. I could be wrong.
Anyways, this is it, I think.
They're pretty much, they're more about like we built this country, you know, like y'all used us to build this country. I think they're a little bit more big on the reparations and stuff. But all right, we don't have to talk about them too much. But I think this guy, I forget his name. Yeah, I don't know much about them. Then there's the indigenous / aboriginal American community. And they might not have a Wikipedia either. But they are basically the big community that believes black people are native to America. Black aboriginals. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, dark complexion doesn't necessarily mean black, right? Because I mean, if you look at, and hear me out, a lot of people in the Middle East are of dark complexion. If you look at Indians in India, they're a dark complexion, but they're not considered black, are they?
No. No, but kind of something to keep in mind with all of these theories is that some of these groups, some of these communities only believe in a white and a black race. And they believe that all the other races are various mixtures of the two, white or black. Now, sometimes they'll say white, black, Asian. Sometimes they'll say white, black, Asian. And, you know, all the different groups are various mixtures of that. And India, just for example, the Dravidic people are pretty much black. They're like really close to Aboriginal Australians. The people in the north are almost white, you know? And that mixture, I think, is where you get the mixture of those two is where you get most Indian people. That's my take on that.
Again, just saying, because right, this is one of the things that they say they were already here. Maybe they just had dark skin, weren't necessarily African American. Again, and I don't mean anything by that. I'm just curious as to the line of thinking. You get what I'm saying?
I think it's most likely that there's a North African phenotype that's been all around the world. The Moorish, you know, the real Moors of history. Now, how that fits into Native Americans, I think is the real mystery. But I think there's great evidence to show the Moors were in America before Columbus or around the same time as Columbus, and they just wrote them out of history. That's something that Spain did to other countries. So it's not like we're taking a big stab in the dark here. Spain tried to write other countries out of their claims to land, you know? If they were here before you, they have a claim to the land. If you write them out of history, the claim's, you know, yours for the taking. I think it's very likely that black slaves were brought over as, you know, black people were brought over as slaves. But there's so many kind of facets to this. At the same time that blacks were enslaved in America, there was hundreds of thousands of white people enslaved in North Africa. And there were black slave owners in America, in the South.
Let's say that.
I know we're not allowed to say it, but we're going to talk about that tonight. Now, that's something that they really don't want you to know about. Not only black slave owners in the South. Let's check on that music. Oh, you restarted the song.
I got it. Let me play. I'll let it play. I'll check on it in a second.
We keep missing it, dude. The vibes are stale in here.
I gotta add that other thing to my soundboard. There we go. Just let it play.
No, it's torture. People aren't gonna like it.
No, I'm saying with the volume down, I'm gonna.
All right. Yeah, remind me because we have music planned, guys. We have music here that we're waiting to play. There's too many bird noises in it, so we have to wait for a sec. But I think it's very likely that African slaves were brought over and mixed with Native Americans, mixed with Caribbean people, to create this whole new thing, this whole, you know, mix of all these different people, where all these mixed people, all these different shades now just get called black. I think that's part of the psyop. I think there were darker races that lived in America. I'm not saying they're Africoid. or Negroid, Africoid. Not saying they're the same exact thing as someone in Africa, but darker and a different hair, sometimes even facial hair. And we've got pictures, folks. We're going to go through it. We're just talking right now. But, well, here, I want to get through these 7 groups. The indigenous / Aboriginal Americans. One of my friends, Aboriginal Power, is a YouTube channel who does a lot of stuff on that. Then there's Afrocentrists, who believe that everything comes out of Africa. European society came out of Africa. Asian society came out of Africa. Everyone stole everything from Egypt. Everyone stole everything from Africa. Afrocentrists. And then there's Pan-African / Afro-spiritualism. And they're much more about the gods, like keeping African gods alive in America and staying, stuff like that. And those last couple of groups aren't as important as the others. Black Hebrew Israelites, the Nation of Islam, Moorish scientists, foundational Black Americans, indigenous / Aboriginal Americans, Afrocentrists, and Pan-African / Afro-spiritualists. And Rastafarianism is kind of included in that last one. Okay, so where do we start with this? What's the evidence that there were Black people in America before Columbus? Because we don't have to have the story straight. Perfect. We don't have to have the story straight. We don't have to know why or where everyone came from. We don't need to make it all perfect. All we need to do is prove or indicate that there were Blacks in America before Columbus.
I think logistically speaking, a person of dark complexion would be more fit to be in the wild, right? If you think about it. No,
in the wild.
No, listen, like an undeveloped place, okay? Because they don't burn in the sun, right? A white dude just got sunburn. That's why I'm saying, does dark complexion mean black, or does it just mean you've adapted to your environment because you take less damage from the sun? You got what I'm saying? Because I don't wear sunscreen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because number one, it's not good for you. Number two, when you get a sunburn, it's your body telling you like, hey, you need to go get some shade. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it would make sense that they were of darker complexion. Now, if they were actually black or not, or of African descent, as they're arguing, that's up for debate, right? And it would make sense that they would be written out from the very beginning, because that's what they do in history. History is written by who? By the people who have the upper hand to take the other one out.
By the ones who can read.
Well, again, you get what I'm saying. I'm not saying it to be funny or anything, but if you're in the wild out somewhere, you'd probably, would want to be darker skinned. This is just...
Yeah. And now, speaking of complexion and kind of the body, the biology, the anatomy, do you know, or just going back to the original question, do all colored people in America, Black, African / colored people in America, do they all come from Africa? Are they all the descendants of slaves? Number one, we've already established, and we're going to establish without a shadow of doubt, that there were Black free men in America before the Civil War, free Blacks in the South, slave-owning Blacks in the South. So right there, we've already got a foot in the door for the conversation. Not every Black person in America came from slavery, right? Not all of them were freed at the end of the Civil War. That's very often what they want us to believe in the movies. Well, do all Black people in America descend from slaves? Well, anatomically, you'll notice that Americans, Black Americans, generally grow very strong beards. Generally. Not just like a little bit, not just can grow a beard, but the average black man in America can grow a pretty impressive beard. You know, when we go to Africa, you notice that almost none of the Africans can grow a beard. Now, maybe a little bit of facial hair, but not a big beard. Why is it that African Americans have such strong beard growing genetics? We would have to accept that they get all those genetics from Europeans. I don't know about that. Because when you know, and you'll notice the same thing with Native Americans. They don't grow beards. Asians, they don't really grow beards. Okay? Why do black Americans grow such big, strong beards? Is it all European genetics? I don't think so. I think it would make a little bit more sense if there was some North African, you know, almost Mediterranean influence. Because the most bearded people on Earth, yes, some of them are in Northern Europe, but many of them, you know, some of the most beard growing places on Earth, most bearded places on Earth are around the Mediterranean. And the Mediterranean, the people in North Africa have a rich history of seafaring. That's another good explanation as to how the beards got in America. You know, Arabs have big beards, Turks have big beards, North Africans have big beards. I think it's much more likely that we see a lot of those genes in African Americans. You know, not sub-Saharan African, although it is sometimes. You know, when you see Haitians are what you'd expect to see from a leftover slave population. They're really black. They don't mix in with the whites very much. And even Haitians, very rarely do they have facial hair.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they do. Not saying they don't. But with Haitians, you can tell they sound African, they look African, you know. Okay. So that's just something that jumps out to me. Where did the beards come from? Where do the beards come from? Also, Africans tend to be small little guys. There's a couple tribes that are like 7 feet tall. Okay, cool. Whatever. Most Africans are little short guys. Small, thin, beardless. The African American typically is above average height. Right? Similar, if not taller on average than your average European American. Now, some people are going to say, oh, well, that's because they got bred that way. You know, that's Mandingo fighting, right? They bred them to be big and strong. That's what we always used to joke about on the football field, middle school and high school. You know, it wasn't even fair playing against them sometimes, you know, like the white school against the black school. Just get clobbered. But okay. Here, turn that music up real quick.
It's got animal sounds again. That's why I turned it down.
Turn it up a little bit. It'll work. What's up, guys? Hawa. Hawa.
What are you doing?
Hawa. The people will know. Okay, guys. What's up, guys? Hawa.
I don't know what you're doing.
Hawa. They know.
They know?
They know.
Right.
Yeah, they know who I'm talking about.
It's an inside joke with the crowd, dude?
The Aboriginal.
Oh.
What's up, guys? Today episode, we're gonna see that George Washington was black. Okay. Now dodge the hijack, okay? Hawa.
Wish I knew.
The nature is perfect. Yeah. Shout out to Curry Mayo. You know, imitation's the greatest form of flattery. We love Kurameo, but sometimes he gets a little carried away with the everyone's black. But no, shout out to Kurameo. All right, we've been talking enough. Let's get into some evidence. Let
me turn this down real quick. Can we get into do you think Abraham Lincoln was black?
Yes, Abraham Lincoln was part black. We're going to get into that. We got to start from the beginning.
All right.
Let's start about when the Europeans first showed up.
Oh, you're sharing my screen.
Sorry. Let's start with why are there so many depictions of Native Americans, so-called Native Americans, with black skin, with African features, so-called African features? This is one out of Florida, for example. You have the chief of the Timucua Indians on the left there. But then there's another race being depicted alongside the lighter skins. They're sometimes darker skinned. And you're going to see here the background for this episode. This is a real illustration. And I forget what it's called. It's called like the Portrait of America or something. It comes from like the 1700s. And this is how they depicted the early arrival of the Europeans to America. Specifically Florida. These characters down here at the bottom, these are Timucua Indians. The same Indians that they just showed. One lighter race, one darker race in the same tribe. Now here, I think the one in the back is a Virginia Indian, but the one in the front there is a native of Florida. You can tell by the hairstyle. And this artist isn't the only person to depict these Indians black. I mean, you see, this is your typical Native American with straight hair. Then on the right, you see more of a Africoid phenotype. Also notice the opulence. You know, how well they're dressed. There we have a queen or a, female chiefess.
Does the one on the right have red hair, or is that just something on his head?
It is kind of reddish, yeah.
And how much can we trust these paintings? Wouldn't maybe perhaps, or we're speaking about the people who took over other people's, maybe their complexion was dark to kind of demean them and show them in a lesser light compared to their lighter complexion, perhaps?
Yeah, that's a theory. But another thing to remember is that these early Europeans had black people with them on their boats, usually. So they knew the difference between a black person and an Indian.
Gotcha.
I think it's also worth noting that, the Indians in Florida were described as darker skinned, like more brown skinned. The Indians in Virginia were described more light skinned. That's what you're seeing right here in this depiction. That's a Virginia native in the back, more northeast. Same with this one right here. So they're depicted all on the same stage because it's kind of like an overview of America. But you even see right here, you see two groups, two phenotypes present in America. And this is going to be a theme or kind of a tradition that carries up right up until the present day. The last tribe of Indians in pretty much America, but in Florida, are the Seminoles. There's regular Seminoles and there's black Seminoles. We're going to get into them too. We've got a lot of good videos to watch. But I think that these artists are reflecting the reports that they're getting. That there's a lighter skinned race in America and a blacker, darker skinned race in America. And that's not the only depiction like that. You know, you see stuff like this, and you want to see the hijack. Okay, guys, you want to dodge the hijack? Okay. Okay. Hawa. This is how an earlier version of this illustration got colored. So to your point, Juan, could they be darkening their enemies to make them look more savage?
Mm-hmm.
It's actually kind of the opposite. The earlier depictions saw them darker skinned, and the more recent depictions saw them as lighter skinned. And right here, this is the same illustration, but look at how the difference of shading. Look at how much difference it makes. You got blonde and pale, light hair, dark hair, dark skin, light hair, light skin, dark hair,
Like
dark
it's
skin.
like, you know, when Michael Jackson started turning white, started bleaching their skin allegedly. I think Beyonce's also been accused of that, and quite a few other people of like wanting to become lighter versus, you know, getting darker.
Yeah. Now this is a couple of these. Here, this is a good example. This is the conquest of Mexico being depicted for Europeans. What do you notice? I mean, that guy's jet black.
I was gonna ask you if the Mayans at all fall into this, because I believe you've talked about the Mayans landing in Florida or at least in America at some point.
Yeah.
And if you look at depictions of Mayans, they
Yep.
kind of, again, they have that sort of Mesoamerican look
Yeah.
where they look, you know, Mexican. Like if I
Yeah.
was to look at it, they look Mexican. They kind of, you know, have the pointy nose, kind of sort of chinky eyes a little bit, right? But they
Well,
have a dark complexion.
yeah. And that's a great point. Wherever a black person's going to show up in a boat, you know, they're going to mix. The black's going to mix. The people mix. The white mixed with the black. The white mixed with the yellow. The yellow mixed with the black. That's how we got the races to begin with. But if a ship from Africa shows up in Mexico, they're going to mix with the Mexicans. And no matter how black they were to start off with, you're going to see something closer to the Mexican phenotype, you know? So we're not denying that Mexicans lived in Mexico. We're not denying that, you know, the prevalent, today at least, for sure, the prevalent phenotype is the brown, yellow, or red skin type. But how much black influenced the present skin color? Because here's another thing. Some of these theories say that all Native Americans are a mix of East Asians, white people, and a little bit of black. So some of these Aboriginal communities actually call them mestizos. And, you know, like the majority of the Mexican population is today mestizo, which is mostly Native American mixed with European, with a little bit of black DNA too. But the farther you go back in history, the less and less and less and less European genetics there's going to be in America. So the skin's only going to get darker the farther back we go. The less Europeans in America, the skin only gets darker. So if we could get a glimpse of America with no Europeans having ever landed, I think we'd see a lot darker of a skin type. But yeah, the Mayans do exhibit a lot of this. And you see people side by side in Mayan artwork, sometimes Aztec too, where they have jet black skin. Not painted. They're just different. Different skin color. You got red skinned, you have black skinned. Again, you've got red skin, you've got black skin.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some of this could be paint. Some of this could just be depicting body paint. I don't think all of it is. I mean, that's pretty That's trying to say something. You know, you got black and you got red skin in the same culture. Right there again. Now look at this. You tell me that's not a black guy. You tell me that's not a black guy next to a white guy. He's got a beard for Jesus' sake. Native Americans.
Reminds me of the Tengu video we watched last week.
Kinda.
The Tengu segment. Don't be antiseptic, bro.
Now this is Maya. This is old Maya artwork. And now this is someone dressed up. You see?
Mhm.
You know, you can see their chin poking out. That's someone in a black bodysuit. Their hands poking out.
Or they're
Their
wearing the
mouth-
skin of
mouth
somebody
poking out.
else, bro.
But that's a black dude in Mexico. The forehead, the mouth, the beard. That's a black person in Mexico. You know? And not all black people are equal. Some cultures in Africa did have ships. Some of them did have, you know, catapults and you know, high society for the times, you know? Not all of them are just stuck in mud huts, you know? We don't have to get into the whole IQ discussion, but there's smart and dumb in every race.
Yeah.
There's capable and incapable in every race. Okay? So, also, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to get in a boat and float on the Gulf Stream from Africa to America. And, you know, a coconut could do that. You throw a coconut into the water. But yeah, I mean, right here, this is clear proof. I don't know the background on this artwork, but you have a black person clearly being depicted, clearly being received in some ceremonial fashion. Now, what else? This is a Timucua Indian too. This is one of the most famous. This is called the Moor with the Emerald Cluster. This was made in the late 1600s or 1700s. And it's depicting an Indian chief from Florida from 1562. 63, 64. That's when these Indians were first encountered. Northeast Florida. Notice that. Gold teeth even. Come on. They was kings, people. We was kings. You know, Rick Ross was right when he said, I think it was him, said, you know, we've always liked the bling. We've always liked flashy, you know, stuff like that. That's in our DNA. We can't help it. You can't take that out of us, you know? This could be good evidence for that. That is exactly what a black person would dress up like in ancient America, you know? Flavor Flav.
Didn't you say you saw one of these like down the street from the bookstore or something?
Yes. Yeah, so this is a real thing. They're called blackamoor statues. They're usually depicting like European servants or European nobility. They'll say servants became a servant thing.
Oh wow,
When-
yeah, that's the whole thing.
When the Spanish took over the Iberian Peninsula, reconquered the Iberian Peninsula, they kicked out all the Moors that had been living there. Not all of them left. They just defeated them militaristically. So a lot of black people were left in Spain, in Italy, in Greece, you know, Southern Europe. There were black people. There's always been black people mingling into Southern Europe. And so, okay. Here, let's try and go in order here. I've got a page that I want to read. Just to kind of explain, why were Europeans depicting Native Americans like this? Why? I've got a good explanation. That's supposed to be Native American people. Were they that dumb? Were they that uninformed? I don't think so. Okay. Well, I've got a couple pages here from one of my favorite books. It's called La Florida del Inca. La Florida del Inca. And this book, hang on.
We just hit 700 in the chat. If you want to give them a quick rundown before we proceed, we're an hour in so far.
Hang on. Dude, I can't fucking. Oh,
What are you trying to do? Zoom in?
Trying to get rid of the icons down there at the bottom.
The
thumbnails, whatever.
Top where it shows the view. Click the one next to it, maybe. Top center.
Where?
Top center right there on the right. Go right. Right there where it says view. And you have the 4 squares. Check that one right there. No. That's what you get for using Apple, dude.
Whatever. All right, this is from a book called La Florida del Inca. It's an account of one of the earliest expeditions into America. You want to turn the music up just a little bit?
Turn it up.
Yeah, just a tad.
There we go.
Hawa, folks.
Let me know when.
That's good. That's good. Hawa. All right, so this is Florida del Inca, chapter 24, I think.
Yeah.
It's talking about Tuscaloosa. So who's ever heard of Tuscaloosa, Alabama? Right? It's named after an Indian chief who was a giant, considered a giant. And it's interesting that Tuscaloosa, the name means black warrior or black chief. And this guy, not only was he like close to 10 feet tall, they say, you could barely come up to his waist. Sounds like an NBA player, right? Guy was huge. And we're not going to dive into that too much, but they call him Tuscaloosa, which means black warrior or black chief. And they say that he was dark like an ox. His skin was dark. He had dark, dark eyes, and he looked like a ox colored. But yeah. This man lacked very little of being a giant, and that he was excellently featured. Juan Colez, too, had the following to say of this tall, strong, and robust individual. When we had arrived in the province of the Lord Tuscaloosa, he came out to us in peace. He was a mighty man who had as much bone between his foot and his knee as another very large person might have between his foot and his waist. You hear that? From the chief's foot to his knee was as large as an average person foot to their waist. His eyes were like those of an ox, and along the road he traveled upon a horse, but the horse was unable to sustain him. Yeah. The Adelantado dressed him in a fine cloth, scarlet cloth, and gave him a very beautiful cape of the same material. Scarlet, red, crimson, scarlet. Roll Tide, people. Crimson Tide.
What year was this?
1539. 1540, maybe. They started like 1539.
In Florida.
Yeah, look it up. Search the DeSoto Expedition map. Search the DeSoto Expedition map.
Hernando de Soto?
Yeah. Let's see that map. Yeah, let's see that route. And yeah. Yep, there you go.
This one?
Yep, bingo. So Hernando de Soto was the first major European intrusion into North America, into the United States. So the De Soto expedition had close to 1,000 men. It was 500 armed knights and like 300 more servants and people like that. Not only that, they had about 100 Inca soldiers with them. That's why this book is called La Florida del Inca, because Hernando de Soto had just emerged victorious in Peru against the Inca, and now the Inca were fighting with the Spanish. The Spanish ruled the Inca fought alongside the Spanish in Florida. So this book is a very interesting window into this unique time in history where you had Inca Peruvian soldiers serving alongside Spanish conquistadors in Florida. Okay. So they landed with their ships near Tampa Bay, and then they walked, pretty much kind of traced the Gulf of Mexico, kind of not. But this was the very, very first group of people to go look around in America, to really look around and to try and make a settlement. Now, there was one that came before them, the Narvaez expedition. The Narvaez expedition. But we're going to get to them. But I want to start with the De Soto expedition, because that's what this account is talking about. So, you've got Chief Tascaloosa. Then a little bit later on, something very, very interesting happens. They encounter Black Americans. 1539. Let's read this. So, with this expedition, they land in Tampa Bay. They're going around the Gulf of Mexico. By the time they make it to the Mississippi River, they're in trouble. Their leader's dead. And they're running out of supplies. They've already gotten into a ton of firefights, battles, and they don't know what to do. Half of them want to go to Mexico, or they all want to make it to Mexico because they know there's Spanish people in Mexico. So they're getting attacked every single day by the Native Americans. They need to escape. They're over by the Mississippi River, and they decide that they're going to take all their stuff and build boats and float down the Mississippi River and try and make it to Mexico. Okay? Now, this is where this part of the story picks up. Chapter 10, Book 6. A battle that the Spaniards had with the Indians of the coast. As I have said, the Spaniards were 3 days in taking care of the caravels, which means the ships that they're on. Homemade ships that they made, homemade boats like rafts, and restoring their bodies, for their greatest need was to satisfy a drowsiness which had wearied them exceedingly. Then in the afternoon of the third day, they caught sight of 7 canoes setting out toward them from some rushes. And in the first of these canoes, they beheld an Indian, very different in aspect and color from those they had left inland. For he was as large as a Philistine, and as black as an Ethiopian. The cause of this exceptional swarthiness in the coastal Indians is the salt water, in which they are continually fishing. For the land being sterile, they sustain themselves by this means. Furthermore, the heat of the sun, which is more intense along the coast than inland, contributes toward making them dark. Standing in the prow of his canoe, this Indian shouted to the Castilians in a gross and pompous voice, quote, "Thieves, vagabonds, and loiterers. Thieves, vagabonds, loiterers, who without honor or shame travel along this coast, disquieting its inhabitants. Depart from this place immediately, by one of the two mouths of the river, and see to it that I do not find you here tonight. For if I do, no man of you will escape with his life. Now, how could they speak in each other's languages? Well, at this point, the Indians know, at this point, the Spanish know a decent amount of the Indian languages, just from like being around there for like a year already. They've already spent like a year in America, just wandering. And they had some Indian servants who could help them.
Translate.
Yeah, translate.
Is it this book comes from his diary or something? From his journal?
Mm-hmm. This is the first-hand account of an Inca soldier who was serving with the Spanish.
Gotcha.
So he went back to Spain, and I think his nephew is helping him write it down in Spanish to publish it. So it's a first-hand account, but written by his nephew or his like a younger relative helping him out. But so this is a first-hand account, and there's two other accounts of this mission that corroborate pretty much everything they say in this. So this is a first-hand account. This is as early back as you can go, as far back as you can go into American history, recorded American history. And they're telling us that there's black people in America before the Spanish got there, or at least in the earliest phases of Spanish arrival. Now, what else do we need to notice? This is at the mouth of the Mississippi River. Juan, can you pull up a map, please? A demographic map of black skin in America? Like black skin map? However you come up with that. And we're going to find here something interesting. I think a map helps us decode. A map's going to help us dodge the hijack here. No, not that one. That one's a little too messy.
Too messy. This is blacks. Yeah. Percent of population that is black or African American.
Yeah. Here, I'll show you a good one. Okay, here we go. Oh, man. All right, here I've got one. That's a good map, but this is what we're going to see. Okay.
You pulled up the same shit, just a different color.
It is, yes, you're right. It's a different color. Now, what do we notice here at the top? What's the blackest part of America? The two blackest parts. Charleston, South Carolina, where all the real slave ships were landing. The only real pictures of slave ships that I've seen are in Charleston. I think that's where the real Africans were coming over. But who was living at the mouth of the Mississippi River 500 years ago? Does it have anything to do with the fact that the blackest part of America today is the Mississippi, the mouth of the Mississippi River? New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
New Orleans. So we're not saying that every Native American was black. We're not saying that. We're saying that there was a black race present in the Southeast United States before Europeans got here. Now, how they got here, I don't know. We're gonna look around and look at some theories. We've got a whole lot more planned tonight. But here's another thing. Let's just ask this big question. Juan, if if the Caribbean was filled with people when the Spanish got here, if the Southeast United States were filled with people, why did they start shipping in hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people from Africa? Because, you know,
They needed labor.
why didn't they make the Indians do it?
They were feisty.
They fought too hard, as if the
Yeah.
Africans didn't put up a fight in Africa when they're trying to catch them.
Perhaps. Who in the Civil War? Who was
Yeah.
the ones that wanted to keep the slaves?
Well, I mean, the Tengu. Tengu
No,
were
no. Tengu aside, was
Yeah.
it the North or the South?
the South.
They wanted to keep slaves.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And a lot of them were black. There might have even been two black races in America, a free black race that it was closely related to the native population, and then an imported black race that was just straight up African.
That's where it gets into Mason and Freemasonry and all that shit, right?
Yes, we gotta make it to the Shriners too. But you'll notice the Mississippi River is still the blackest part of America to this day. To this day. But, you know, wouldn't it make sense for an empire just taking over to just enslave the people they took over?
Mhm.
Why would you, if we just took over the Southeast United States, why would we kick all the Indians out to the desert, to the Southwest, which is what they did? You know, starting in the late 1700s, move all the Indians over to the desert and then bring over, buy millions and millions.
Wouldn't
of
that go
black
against the
people.
narrative, though? Wouldn't that be the opposite of what we're trying to prove? That there were already African Americans or black indigenous people?
Well, I guess what we're trying to say is that they were already here in some capacity. However they got here, I
You
don't
bring
know.
you bring up a good point of why not use the existing people?
Yeah.
And why go through the logistical nightmare of bringing people from a whole other continent, allegedly, right?
Mhm.
And shipping them over, which a lot of them probably didn't make that trip.
No, apparently that was like, you know, close to 50% didn't make it, from what I've heard sometimes, you know?
Doesn't make sense, right?
Doesn't make too much sense. But here, let's bring up some articles that we've got. Just to start off, look up slave ships. Search slave ships.
What about them?
Whatever. Well, here, let's look at another article.
That
Yeah. You tell me if you can actually fit that many people in there and you think they're just going to like
chill and just
Yeah.
hang out. I mean,
No.
we can get into the nitty gritty of it, bro. Like, because a lot of things in history are shady, right? Is this
Yeah.
another one of those things where perhaps never happened? Can we go there? Are you allowed to say that about this?
Oh yeah. No, dude, that's probably the best comparison that you can make is, you know, they like to try and tell us that there was 6 million slaves, Swan, you know that?
Yeah, no,
6 million slaves.
Don't be
You want to
acting
know?
racist
You want to
after,
know?
alright.
It was probably closer to 200, 300,000.
I agree.
Now, just like that. Oh, I think I got the numbers wrong there. Hang on. No, with slavery, they say 10 to 12 million were imported in the slave trade. Do you know how much actually made it to America, to mainland America, North America, are actually registered as coming into North America? Less than 400,000.
Listen, if this was true, and again, I don't have a horse in the race. I'm not
Right.
trying to be funny. I'm seriously trying to understand and grasp everything.
Yeah.
You think about that, right? If you have how many millions did you say?
10 to 12 million, I think they say, were sent over as slaves.
That's how many armies could you make out of that? You know what I'm saying? Like, how were they able to keep these people 100% under control? Like they would have taken over, bro. There's more of us than there is of them. You get what I'm saying? Like it's not adding up. Me personally, you can deny other wars, and it's a problem. I'm a Civil War denier. Okay, I don't think it happened, but that's just me. Okay, and you don't get called anything when you say that, but you try and deny other wars and other things, and you get painted in a bad light. But again, I'm just asking questions.
Yeah. Here, I've got another. Switch tabs real quick. Watch this. Okay. I saw this earlier today. 100 amazing facts about the Negro from PBS. How many slaves landed in the U.S.? Now, they tell us, yeah, those ships were packed like sardines, packed to the brim. You couldn't even roll over. You know, there's someone to the right of you, someone to the left of you. You're chained together. You can't even move. You mean to tell me they're just going to the bathroom, pissing and crapping all over each other? And, okay, let's say the conditions were that bad, and half of them don't even make it. Is that a good investment? Is that a good investment? Why wouldn't you just take the dumbest, most docile of the Native Americans and breed them into a slave class?
It sounds so fucked up, dude. But
it's kind of true.
I mean, yeah, you bring up a good point.
Okay, well, let's go off some numbers here. Okay, and we love all people. We love all people, but let's look at some numbers here. Perhaps you, like me, were raised essentially to think of the slave experience primarily in terms of our black ancestors here in the United States. Blah, blah, blah. Where's the numbers? Okay, here we go. The most comprehensive analysis of shipping records over the course of the slave trade is the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, edited by Professors Dave Eltis and David Richardson. While the editors are careful to say that all of their figures are estimates, I believe they are the best estimates that we have, the proverbial gold standard in the field of the study of the slave trade. Between 1525 and 1866, and they say 1525, that's a lot earlier than the 1619 first black slaves in America. There was already white slaves before that. People say that's a myth. Well, no, that's true. We're going to get into that. Between 1525 and 1866, in the entire history of the slave trade to the New World, according to the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, 12.5 million Africans were shipped to the New World. Only 10.7 million survived the dreaded Middle Passage, disembarking in North America, the Caribbean, and South America. And how many of these 10.7 million Africans were shipped directly to North America? Only about 388,000.
See, that would make sense as to using the population that's here already. That's more realistic.
10 million went to the Caribbean and South America. Where are all the black people in South America and the Caribbean?
Yeah.
I mean, we have islanders.
Caribbean
mixed people, you know.
Caribbean, pretty dark complexion.
Okay, well, why don't they all look like Haiti? Because according to these numbers, you're talking about 10 million black people in the Caribbean, in the coasts, the Caribbean coasts of South America. Only 400,000 made it to America, North America. That's including Mexico.
That's wild.
So cut out Mexico. How many actually made it? This is PBS. This isn't some fringe theory. Exactly. Who would risk 50% of their cargo not making it to where it's supposed to go?
Plus, you got to feed them all. It's like, where the fuck was all the food for them? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
How long was that trip? What do they call the Middle Passage? How long was that trip? In let me look that up. So the Middle Passage.
Now, if 10 million made it to North America, I think that's what most people think. Most people think that 10 million slaves came to the United States. No. Only
2 to 3 months,
400,000.
bro.
2 to 3 months.
The average time frame ranging from 1 to 6 months, depending on factors like weather and specific route. The most common time frame for the Middle Passage was 2 to 3 months. I hope you don't do that during hurricane season because you're done.
Oh, you're toast.
You're done. Because they say that, right? They say that about this particular passage. That's where the hurricanes originate, and it's revenge, and that's how they come through.
And honestly, Juan, you look at that ship. There's multiple decks to that ship. Like they're packed in like sardines.
Yeah.
Isn't this extremely similar to a little story about ovens that we hear?
Yes.
Could they really fit that many people in ovens and gas chambers? And does the math work? Is the math mathing? That's all I'm going to say. We're not going to go any deeper down that, but it's almost the exact same narrative. You're expected to believe that people just packed people into spaces purely for profit, but then half their profits, at any given moment, your profits could go down the drain, and it was all for nothing. And what crew is going to sign their life up just to work these ships? You know, it's hard enough to get people to work on a cruise ship where they're like singing and like dancing and eating good the whole time. This is like your chances of making it are very slim. Your chances of getting diseases very high if they're actually going to the bathroom and eating like they tell us, stuffed in like sardines.
So does this prove Africans or native Africans in North America, or does it disprove it?
I think this proves, number one, 400,000 coming to America. That sounds more accurate. I think most people are just under the impression that, like, you know, how many black people are there in America today? Like, I don't know, 10, 20 million, 30 million.
There is, according to the good, lovely AI, as of 2023, the estimated black population in the United States was 48.3 million. So about 14% of the U.S. population. This signifies a substantial 33% increase since 2000. So 33% increase in 23 years. Interesting number.
Here, I've got this. All right, we're going to read that article in a sec. Here's a clip of Malcolm X from Alexandria 248 on YouTube.
Our forefathers weren't the Pilgrims. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. The rock was landed on us.
Hear that? Yeah, but again, do you know what evidence he used for that? Because anyone can say that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what did he have any evidence? Did he back it up? I'm sure he did.
Hang on.
Because, however.
All right, you see, this is MLK saying almost the same thing. This is from the YouTube channel Historial. Shout out to them.
Shout out.
Away from the ideals of justice.
You hear it?
The goal
yeah, I heard it.
of America is freedom. Abused and scorned though we may be, our destiny is tied up in the destiny of America. Before the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth, we were here. Before Jefferson etched across the pages of history the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence, we were here. Before the beautiful words of the Star-Spangled Banner were written, we were here. For more than 2 centuries, our forebears labored here without wages. They made cotton king. They built the homes of their masters in the midst of the most humiliating and oppressive conditions. Yet out of a bottomless vitality, they continued to grow and develop.
Saw how he was adjusting himself when he was saying that? Almost like subtle body language.
What? He's being dishonest?
I mean, sure. This is. We can get into the whole conspiracy of it all, bro. It's just another one of those things to keep people divided, sort of thing. Keep you
Whatever.
guessing, keep you on your feet. Hey, I'm just saying,
Good.
bro.
Keep people divided. Good.
Yeah, good for the system, good for the people, the lizard people who are in control, right? That's what they want.
We're here. Yeah, that was pretty quiet. I don't know if everyone could hear that, but guys, this is a black scholar who's a professor. He's a doctor, Dr. Ivan van Sertima. Mainstream academics hate this guy. They like to call him pseudo this, pseudo that. Well, let's listen in. I was watching this earlier.
With the Mexico.
This comes from South Carolina ETV on YouTube. Shout out to them.
We know today that was a center of a center at Mexico zoos. From the old book is that they were.
He's the author of They Were Here Before Columbus or something like that.
Yeah, I pulled that
Before
up earlier.
Columbus.
They came before Columbus.
The main idea in my book is that there were visits to this continent from the old world, that there were visits to the Native Americans in this continent, and those visits included Africans. And 2 of the visits of Africans were major and significant, and they affected American civilization. And American civilization was far more complex, far more advanced than was formerly believed. Earth satellites a few months ago revealed that the Native Americans, long before the coming of Europeans, had the most intricate network of irrigation canals ever discovered in agriculture.
Okay, let us clear up one thing before we go any further. In the book that came before Columbus, you use the terms Negro Nubian, Negro Egyptian. Why?
Well, that in some ways is unfortunate. I found it necessary to use the word Negro. I no longer use it. I'm now the editor of the Journal of African Civilizations, and I use the word Africoid for African types, skulls, etc. The reason why I was forced to use the word I had been trained in European anthropology and archaeology. All the books I had read used this term, not necessarily with the social implications which it has here. They use this term to separate Africoid types of people from Caucasoids or Mongoloid types, Asiatic and European types. Also, it is a word that has entered neutrally, without any social significance, in the languages of many people who do not have the same kind of prejudices as people in the Anglo-American and some of the Western nations who became colonial powers. Like in some languages in Europe, they use the term Niger, simply meaning black, without any of those connotations. Furthermore, the problem lay in that the word black could not always be used, because if you spoke of a black god, it may not be an African. You can have a black god who is not an African. Tezcatlipoca, for example, is a Native American god who is black, but he's not African. But there is a god, Nawalpili, who is both black and African. He's not only black in a ritual or symbolic sense, but he has Africoid features. So that was the problem I faced. And I had to make those connections, because when people talked of Nubians, they didn't often realize they were talking about black people.
In the first few pages of They Came Before Columbus, you write about when Columbus himself heard about about Africans, the possibility of Africans having been here years before. What about that?
Yes, so Columbus is the first man to give historical witness and evidence of Africans in America before him. In his journals, in his letters, you have evidence of this. He mentions.
Hello?
Oh my God, dude! Really?
God, blood emperor of high.
You don't have YouTube Premium, bro? The fuck is this? I thought you were trolling us with like a clip from another video or something. This is embarrassing, bro.
My bad. YouTube Premium was invented by the white man to destroy the black man.
All the money you make from YouTube, you can't afford YouTube Premium, bro.
Go there on purpose. A storm drew him into Lisbon, Portugal. He'd been sent out by the Spanish.
They changed the batteries in your smoke detector, dude.
And there he learned from the Portuguese, who were moving across Africa, who would set up the first thought among Europeans in Africa that African sailors had actually crossed over the Western Ocean and had found a land mass in the south. This was not what Columbus had found. Columbus found islands, which are now known as the Caribbean islands, but he had not gone on to a continental mass. The Africans had found the actual continental mass. And the Portuguese insisted that this continental mass in the south was 370 leagues, which is about 15 to 1600 miles away, according to whether you count the league as 4 or 4.5. There were differences in counting of a league, but it was about 1500 to 1600 miles away from Africa. And they pointed this out. And Columbus went back to Spain and he insisted, he insisted that they should draw a line across the world and that this line should be drawn 370 leagues away from the Cape Verde Islands across Africa, and that Spain would claim lands he had found on the other side, and if Portuguese found land within that line on the other side, they could claim it. And Brazil, which was visited by the Africans, was on the other side of the line. And this line was drawn in 1494. It was drawn up in June 1494, before any Europeans had come to South America, on the basis of African knowledge.
Okay, let's get down to the crux of the matter. How did these Africans come to the New World?
Okay, now one of the things, as I have pointed out, in the metallurgy, like the steel, etc., in astronomy, etc., there is a profound misunderstanding of African capacity. The Africans had ships. This is one of them. This is in East Africa. This ship, this is just a model which I found in Fort Mombasa in Kenya. This ship is a 70-tonner. Ships like these in the 13th century before Columbus took elephants to China, right across the Indian Ocean. But this is just, they had ships like this in East Africa before Christ, but there were ships in North Africa along the Mediterranean that were far more sophisticated than any ships the Europeans had. European shipping is not even European. The sail Columbus used comes out of the Arab-African world. The
We invented
astrolabe
that
comes
shit,
out
man.
of the
We invented that
Arab-African
shit.
world. They found in
shit's
the
out.
desert before Columbus, in the period before Columbus, the Africans were using compasses and nautical instruments to navigate the desert. They had these instruments which were used to navigate the sea. They've done studies recently of navigation in West Africa showing the Africans did have boats along the Niger. The African had boats that could take 3 camels aboard ship. They had cabins, all of these along the Niger, which opens, if you go down the Senegambia at a certain point, it opens out into the Atlantic. And the Africans did have empires with an Atlantic border.
This is a simple question. It's going to sound simple, but you're talking about black people.
Yes.
Okay.
And on several occasions, Africans were able to make that journey. If you look at a map of currents, and we will look more closely at this later on in the program, you will see there are 3 currents that take you from Africa to America. Africa is half the distance from America as is Europe. Not only is it half the distance, it is far easier to get from Africa to America because the currents take you automatically. In other words, you don't have to know of the existence of America. Even Columbus was not aware of the existence of America. He came off the North Atlantic. Columbus thought he was going to India, and he struck out for the latitude of Japan, hoping to land in India, and he swore he was in India. That is why people like myself are called West Indians. I'm the Indian he found in the West. And Americans are called American Indians because he thought they were in India.
West
so that
Indies.
you have these currents which take you automatically European ship.
And I just want to clear something up. Because it's something that the scholars use against him, even though this guy's,
this guy's pretty well spoken. I mean, I like what he's saying.
Something that the Eurocentrists, okay, the maybe the white supremacist, I don't believe in that, but maybe the Tengu supremacist scholars who like to keep themselves out of the slave trade, who like to remember the Tengu were behind the slave trade, people. Okay. The Tengu were behind the slave trade. It's the Tengu who owned all the slave ships. So whoever was on the slave ships, whether there was black here or not, the Tengu were behind. Believe it or not, the Confederacy was a lot more Tengu than you think. But whatever parties wanted to write this black history out of America, what they did was they said, Okay, sorry. So this guy made a mistake that I wanted to clear up because it's something that they use against him. He says that Columbus wrote this in his own journals. It's true that he did go to Portugal and that he did talk about other people giving information about the Americas. You know, he goes to Portugal, he hears that other people had potentially reached the Americas before him. But there's another part which I think he's going to get to where he talks about spear tips. Now, Columbus, to my knowledge, did not actually talk about these himself. He did not mention black people getting to America before him. But this guy is citing a secondhand quote who says that Columbus discussed that. So it wasn't in his journals. And people scrutinize that and try and use that against this guy. A lot of what this guy is saying is correct. But he actually cited this guy. It's his name is, hang on.
Because here AI says his writings detail his encounters with the Taino people in the Caribbean and his observations about the land and its resources.
It's Bartolomeu de las Casas.
We've talked about him before.
Yeah, so Bartolomeu de las Casas was a Dominican friar, quote unquote, protector of the Indians, who wrote about some of the early indigenous history and wrote about a little bit about Columbus's time there too. Now it's him. He's the guy who says Columbus said that. So Columbus didn't say it himself, but it's a an authority on the matter who said Columbus had discussed this. So it's secondhand, but still, what this guy's saying is largely correct. All you have to do is go look at Bartolomeu de las Casas, who talks about it, not Columbus. That's the only thing he's getting wrong.
Did not use these currents until the second voyage, when Columbus used that knowledge which he got from the Portuguese about Africans. On the third voyage, on the second voyage, Columbus heard from the American natives in Hispaniola, which is now known as Haiti and San Domingo, that Africans had come to the Native Americans. The Americans told Columbus that. He recorded it in his journals, that Africans had come to them trading in gold-tipped spears. Columbus sent samples of those spears. They were studied, they were surveyed in Spain, and they were found to contain the same ratio of gold, silver, and copper alloys as those found in West African Guinea.
So were these Africans swept along this current?
Yes.
Or did they come purposely?
Initially, it was an accident.
Get a taste of new Lipton Fusions.
Oh my God. Dude. Come on.
Fall discovery, rather his coming here in a late period, was an accident.
What's the name of this current?
There are several of them. There's the South Equatorial Current. There's the North Equatorial Current. These currents come, there's a current coming off the Senegambia coast. There's a current coming off the Cape Verde Islands. There's a current coming up from the southern part of Africa. These currents all move towards South America, into the Caribbean, into the Gulf of Mexico. And there's a return current. And we have evidence that Africans not only went, but in a late pre-Columbian period, they also returned, because we found American things which Africans brought back. Just as we have found African things in America, they found American things which Africans brought back with them, such as the cotton in the Cape Verde Islands.
Are these currents still?
Oh yes,
still
for thousands of years, these currents have been in existence. This has been tested. 200 small boats, some of them smaller than the major African boats, have crossed the Atlantic. They have been tests. Thor Heyerdahl, the Norwegian explorer, got Africans to build a ship used long before the birth of Christ, used in Egypt and Ethiopia. And this ship was made of papyrus reed, and the scientists said it couldn't float. And Heyerdahl insisted, and the Africans under Abdullah de Jibrin built this ship, and it crossed the Atlantic successfully to America.
From what part of Africa did these Africans come?
The Africans came at various times from different areas. The one that I want to deal with, because most of the evidence exists for this, is Africans who came out of the Egyptian Nubian world. I'll call it the Egypto-Nubian world, around 800 years before Christ. I'll explain to you how I arrived at that date, how they arrived at that date, and I'll show you the types of evidence. Now, I want you first to look at this head, this stone head.
Okay.
Now, this head, they found a dozen of these heads.
So now he's talking about the Olmec heads, and I think a lot of people know about this. This is probably the most popular potential, African or blacks in America evidence on like a big scale, like ancient, talking ancient. And I think recently this guy was on Joe Rogan, who's studied it himself, Luke Cavern. And
That's your
did you
boy,
have
huh?
him on? Yeah, I used to be friends with him. Guess he's too big for me now or whatever, but Mr. Joe Rogan, cool. But he has studied these pretty extensively, and he can tell the difference. He's explained some of them look Central American, like Maya, Aztec style, Mesoamerican looking. He says some of them, this one in particular, they're clearly not the same. The nose is different. Okay, the Central American people have a distinctive nose. The flared nostrils, the lips. He's going to talk about it. But yeah, so he's one of the first people to kind of talk about these, but not the first.
They found them in a very specific area. Before we go to the area, look at the head carefully. The lips, the very generous type of lips that you find in the tropical areas, the Africoid type. The broad nose with the very broad flared type of nostril and the kind of flattened base. The brow ridge. And look at the helmet. That's a very peculiar type of helmet. It does not occur anywhere else in America. It has a strap along the face, falling along the ear, and it has a circular ear plug. Those helmets, exact type of helmet, were found in the Egyptian world in this period. What period? The period that has been dated by carbon-14 datings. Now, how do they arrive at that datings? They found these heads, and I want to show you the map now, so as to show you precisely where the datings were made by scientists.
Okay.
You know what's smart?
The Olmec head looks like the other guy, like the host.
I want to remind the audience, and I want to make it quite clear that when we're talking about Mexico, we're not just simply talking about Mexico today. This is something that happened 3,000 years ago. That's very recent in history. America was peopled 50,000 years ago.
You're muted.
Sorry. So he's got like 2 or 3 parts that talk about this. This is a big series. This is like a half hour. We only watched like 10 minutes of this. I skipped like 7 minutes in. But if you want to look up more of this guy, his name's Dr. Ivan van Sertima. And like I said, there's a whole nother part to this, maybe even 2 more. But there's so much more we have to cover tonight. Reality Witness with the $4.99, 9-volt battery, and YouTube Premium Fund.
They're expensive. So
what are those for again? You feed those to the ceiling birds or something? They make their nest out of them, or
something like that, dude.
Well, here, play the music again. Let's soothe out a little bit. And
All
then,
right.
guys, make sure we're sparking up out there while we decode this covered up American history. If
One
we've
last
got
thing.
it, go ahead.
I don't know if you've seen this. I just looked up, Columbus and African Americans, and the Columbus and the Negro was there a Negro pilot with Columbus when he discovered America. Have you heard about this
Yeah.
before?
Yes, yeah, I have.
Apparently there was a guy, Prieto Alonso.
Yeah.
And
Columbus.
I love this
Yeah.
part up here. Of course, the place of origin for many of the crew is not known. Most of them were Spanish, some were Basque, and since Palos is only 40 miles from Portugal, some were Portuguese. Columbus himself was Italian. We know that's what year is this from?
Mhm.
This is
Yeah.
from, I don't know what year, but Right here, check this out. And apparently were 2 or 3 others. The interpreter is referred to as Jewish or Tengu, and several other crewmen may have been converted Tengus. It's frequently,
Conversos.
yeah. Oh well, yeah. The conversos that you're talking about a
That's true.
few streams ago.
Yeah.
So,
Well, here I've got another article. That's true. Columbus did have black people on his ship, and so did the early conquistadors. Here, can I one up you with the cool article?
this last part here, which I found interesting. Now, in the list of Columbus's crew on the first voyage is the name Pero Alonso Niño, pilot. This Niño later made a trading voyage to the New World, was accused of defrauding the king and imprisoned Negro and Negro and Nignus and Niño are one and the same. It is easy to equate the Latin Nignus to Spanish Niño. But how did Nignus become a Negro, and more important, where? So I found that interesting here that Niño, which is child in Spanish, has some sort of connection here to Negro, Nignus. Never heard that before. Some misread Nignus as the Latin word for black. Was it the Venetian ambassador at the Spanish court? Blah blah blah. Anyways, yeah, this is the whole thing.
All right. I've got this an article from the Billings Gazette from Sunday, January 2nd, 1977, entitled Blacks Before Columbus. We got Chungus with the 199. Let those smoke alarms fly for Juneteenth.
Shout out.
Ceiling birds chirping extra tonight. Don't play it, Juan. Let the music roll.
I'm not doing it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Blacks before Columbus. Blacks from Africa came to the New World as conquerors, not slaves, long before Columbus, according to anthropologist Ivan van Sertima. That's the guy we were just hearing from. An overwhelming body of new evidence is now emerging, he says, which confirms misinterpreted reports by Columbus. Blah, blah, blah.
And the guy's an anthropologist. Like, he's not just like some regular Joe Schmo. He's like an actual... He studied this, so he knows what he's talking about. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, no, he actually largely cites this guy, who is a Tengu. Can you look up Leo Wiener, please? Yeah, that's right.
Leo, Mr. Wiener. Mr. Wiener. Let's see here.
Right.
And who was he? What year?
Leo Wiener, like 1800.
Professor of Slavic languages and literature at Harvard University.
That's him. Linguist. Leo Wiener. Now, this is Africa and the Discovery of America, Volume 2, by Leo Wiener. And we're not going to read the whole thing, but this is some of the things that led him to the conclusion that black people had came to America, especially Africans. This is what he said. Part 1, cotton. Almost half the book is about cotton. Or like a whole quarter of the book. Then he talks about smoking and tobacco and evidence of tobacco being in Africa. There's actually a little known indigenous nicotine used in Africa that's exclusive. That's exclusive. No, menthols. That's exclusive to Africa. That's some people technically call a tobacco. So here, look it up. Can you search that? Is tobacco native to Africa? They say that tobacco comes from America, that it's all native to America.
Well, if I'm Googling it, bro, it's gonna tell us the wrong thing.
No, look it up.
Of course, it's gonna say that. Here, let's move us. No, tobacco is not native to Africa. It originates from the Americas. It was introduced to Africa by European traders in the late 16th century and subsequently became widely cultivated and used there. While there is a species called Nicotiana africana, it is the only tobacco species indigenous to Africa, but it is not the species used for commercial tobacco production, which is Nicotiana tabacum.
Yeah. Well, see, they play with the definitions to kind of obscure the truth. Here, let me share something. Because when I search it, my little AI demon tells me what I want to hear, which is the African tobacco is a branched shrub bearing yellowish green. It's Nicotiana africana, like you said. Curved tubular flowers in summer, only known from a few mountaintops in northern Namibia, where it grows in the shade of granite boulders and deep fissures on drainage lines. It is the only tobacco indigenous to Africa. So what's up with that? Did that get transferred in ancient times? Also, they claim to have found tobacco in the Egyptian mummy, tombs. They claim that there's tobacco and cocaine, which are both new world, quote unquote, new world goods from the Americas.
And cannabis too, right?
Yeah, but cannabis is from Eurasia, so that's okay. Now, is tobacco native to America, or was it brought across the Atlantic in ancient times? Which one came first? Who knows?
The chicken or the egg?
Now, the first people to really have the first people to really import tobacco on a huge scale weren't the Spanish or the English. It was the Turkish. The Turkish. That's why they called it Turkish. They called all these other foods from America Turkish wheat, corn. Turkish wheat was corn. Turkish fowl or whatever, I forget. But there's all these things that were called Turkish that were really American because the Turks would bring them to Europe before anyone else, even though the Turks were allegedly some of the last to make it to America. Now, you're going to notice here that Turk is a word that's used to describe people of color. It's in the kind of an exonym in a way. So if someone's not totally African black, if they're more North African or Middle Eastern looking in America, they would just call them Turks. Now there's so much. Juan, are you good for another hour?
Another hour?
Yeah. I got so much more to talk about. We got so much more lined up. Let's just start watching videos then.
Just run it.
Where are we at this point? Tobacco. Okay. What else?
We can
Talking
get into
about tobacco. That guy Leo Wiener. Oh, I should have brought that up.
I brought him up here, Leo, Mr. Wiener.
Yes, look at him. He's a Tengu.
Oh, but he's a good one though, right here. Never allied with the Tengu Church or with Tengus as such.
Never allied with the Jewish Church or with Jews as such. Having for many years been a member of the Unitarian Church. Okay. Well, whatever. So he had Tengu lineage. Whatever. But he wrote about Africans discovering America. And some of the evidence he used was tobacco, cotton. Hang on. Pulling it up again.
What about cotton?
That there was types of cotton present on both sides of the Atlantic.
Gotcha.
Talked about smoking and smoking culture, bead money, onyx stone. What was John Dee using? A big old slab of onyx stone. Where'd that come from? From the Americas. That was 1500s. You know what I mean? That's like they discovered it, and then 50 years later, they're getting carved obsidian. And oh, sorry. I was thinking of obsidian. My bad. Scratch that.
Yeah, I believe he used an Aztec
Yeah.
obsidian mirror, I think.
Yeah, it still applies, but I confused onyx with obsidian. Sorry. Onyx isn't obsidian. Onyx is just a dark stone. But he's using things like this. You know, he's not even talking about the Olmec heads. He's not talking about other things. And he brings up the Moors. We haven't even started talking about the Moors at all yet. But this book's really interesting. I haven't gone through it all. But this is available online. Africa and the Discovery of America by Leo Wiener. And this guy was a linguist. That was his expertise. He could speak like 7 languages. He's a polyglot. And he was also a vegetarian. And he attempted to start a vegetarian commune in America.
Oh, here we go.
In the Americas. So pretty good in my book. But so that's some early kind of, you know, literature on the subject. Let's watch another video here. You know, were there black Indians in America? We were kind of looking at some pictures before, but again, we kind of have to move past this because there's so much more to talk about. But you see things like this all over the place. Yeah,
Sorry.
turn that up. I'll turn that up. You see, not only black, but come on. Chill on.
Sorry, it's delayed.
Just put it on like 9. I got it. All right, that's good. Not only is he black, he's got the lips too. They drew the lips on. Now that looks like a little Central American person on the left and a black person on the right. Call me crazy. Again, blackamoors. Now these blackamoors, even though they're depicted with like Arabic turbans, they still have the Timucua style chest plates. So these are Timucua Indians. There's some black nobility. Don Miguel de Castro, emissary of the Congo. Let's keep going. These are Native Americans. They look very dark. He's got some facial hair there. Arapaho man.
Arapaho.
An emblem of America. 1700s-ish. 1600s, 1700s. Maybe 1800s. You know, and just keep that in mind. The more Europeans show up, the lighter and lighter, and the straighter the hair gets, the lighter the skin gets. Also worth noting, people talk about Atlantis being America. Did you know that Aleister Crowley defined Atlantis as black woman? His etymology that he traced it back to. So Atlantis, Aleister Crowley splits into 2 words and says it means black woman. Isn't that interesting? Got some black Confederates, more Maya temples. See red and black skin all over. Look at this guy. In a suit, but look at what color he is under the suit. Here's some California Indians.
I don't think they're black.
Okay. They got mustaches.
Yeah, but the member is not the appropriate size.
Oh, yeah, guys. Debunked.
Debunked. All right, 100%, dude.
Debunked. The Ohlone people, apparently. Mission San Jose. Now look at this one. This is real. I had to go look this up. In this book, This Country is Ours, The Story of the United States by Henrietta Elizabeth Marshall. I looked this up. It's real. The second part's real, at least. Christopher Columbus is depicted as a black man.
Hey, so was he Jewish or was he black?
Well, sometimes there's a very fine line between those two. Sometimes it's a very fine line.
Is there
Now,
a black Jew, man?
Yeah, it's not uncommon. I've got a video queued up about that. Okay. So I just want to get all these out of the way so people can see. Italian blackamoor, Native American. Now this one is shocking. This is real. This is also real. This is a piece of artwork called The Deputation of Indians from the Mississippi Tribes. (1814). Looks like it says on there.
Yep.
Deputation of Indians from the Mississippi Tribes. Now look at the different races you have living side by side in America.
What does that mean, deputation?
I think like representatives from each of the tribes like coming together. That's just a guess.
Yeah, I'll look it up here.
A group of people appointed to undertake a mission or take part in formal process on behalf of a larger group. Yeah.
So people representing other, are you saying other races?
Yeah, these are almost like representatives of each of the tribes. Like one from each of the tribes coming together. Now, it's interesting. You know, you see your typical Native American, what we think of as a Hollywood Native American.
Pocahontas, yeah.
Who's this guy? And again, these are the Mississippian tribes. Remember the black people we were talking about, the Spanish stumbling into? That was along the Mississippi River. I think if we're looking for a black presence in the Americas, the Mississippi River is probably the place to look. You have the word ISIS in Mississippi. Mrs. the mother ISIS, Mrs. ISIS. Sippy, you're sipping some water. Okay, maybe we're stretching it, but that's all right. Now, these are Mississippian tribes. These two guys don't
That's
look
Lil Uzi Vert, bro. I've seen him before.
That's yeah, that's Young Thug right there. And then, you know, this guy's so ugly they told him to turn around. I don't know. Just kidding.
And this is also, you got to remember, it's also close to, right? If we're going to talk about America being the true Fertile Crescent, we're not too far away from the river system, right? That you bring up on the Florida and Georgia, the FAG border there, which falls in line with the biblical four rivers and all this other stuff, right? Yeah. We're not far away from there.
Yep. This is another depiction of America. You know, you'd see this on like maps, like new maps of the Americas. You'd see them kind of put these type of figures down in the corners. And the earlier the maps are, the darker skinned the natives are, the more Africoid their features. This is Brazil. Now, this is allegedly like a slave community, African warrior community who kind of branched off and rebelled. But these are people in Brazil.
I can confirm that my wife has Brazilian relatives that they look African, black, like super dark complexion.
Going back to Maya. Maya. Xochipala, 1500 BC. Now, this is Seminole Indians. Seminole priests consulting the auguries. Auguries.
Like auguries, like divinators?
Yep. The Seminole priests are darker than the auguries. We're going to talk about Seminoles soon. Isapa, however you pronounce that. Wind god effigy. Looking awfully lot like
a brother.
Like the monkeys with the fezzes on that become popular in American culture later on. Right? With the exaggerated features, almost like a fez on his head. We're going to talk about that too. This is James Beckworth. There's the Moor. Now, I don't think this is real. I think this is fake. I'm calling BS on this one. Apparently, these were like circus freaks who they dressed up and, got passed around to different people who'd, take pictures of them. Apparently, these people had something wrong with them, like a deformity.
Mm-hmm.
But they say, some people believe that these were the last surviving pure-blood Aztec. They claim. I don't think I'm buying this one. You see this a lot on the internet. I don't know if I'm buying it. Dude's making a Masonic hand signal. I don't know. I wouldn't them to be my ancestors. Let's just say that. No one's claiming them. Now, look at this. Carib Indian on the Orinoco River. Does that look like a South American? If anything, that looks more Asian than South American. Now, that's another part to all this. We're not saying that black people were the only people in America. There's been white coming to America for a long time. Vikings, the Irish, the Welsh, Knights Templar, maybe. Whites have been trying to come to America for a long time, too. Asians have been coming to America for a long time. So, in any given year, you're going to have those three mixing into the native population. So I don't think you should ever expect to see a fully Africoid Native American. The Native Americans are always going to be a little bit of a mixture of all three. Varying degrees of mixture. But look at this one. This is also Timucua Indians. This is the Timucua Indians. The same tribe as this. The Moor with the emerald cluster. This guy. Different depiction. Same tribe. Different artist. You see a common thread here. They had lighter skin and darker skin together. And I don't believe this gentleman is painted. That's the same tribe as this. You see they're going off the same information. Can
you go back to that last picture real quick? Yeah. The blue guy?
Yep.
Because this is something that has been told to us Right. So if you notice there next to him at the bottom, is that a horseshoe crab? On the bottom left of him, right there next to between his hand and his.
It's a shell.
Oh, it's a
He's-
turtle. It's a
He's
turtle.
holding a conch, and there's a tortoise shell or turtle shell by his
Yeah.
side.
Okay. Because you know those things have the horseshoe. I think they're called horseshoe crabs. They have blue blood.
Mhm.
You know, I think they use it as a sort of dye.
Yeah.
So, but that guy behind them is that green?
Yeah. Well, he's painted. Look, his legs are sticking out.
Yeah.
This guy's half painted. I don't think this guy's painted. It matches up with the other descriptions. That's the same tribe as this. That's a Virginia native. There's some more Mayan. But okay. So here I've got some videos here we can get into. So I think, that's what we have to show for blacks being in America before Columbus. Potentially being indigenous to the Americas, or at least Africans having reached the Americas. Right? Some variation of that. Some version of that. Well, then when we get to, a lot of this starts to get politicized around the Civil War and leading up to the Civil War. And not many people know how black the Confederacy was, how many black slave owners there were, and all that stuff. But first, let's talk about the Seminole Indians and the Black Seminoles. Because, if there were black Indians, where'd they go? Right? Did they just turn into Civil War era slaves? Or, what happened? Well, it just so happens there is like a large community of black Indians. And the Seminoles... Go ahead.
And also what happened to all the millions of slaves they brought over that only 388,000 made it to America? What happened to all the other millions?
Exactly. Apparently they all went to Haiti, I guess. Because Haiti's the blackest place in the Americas. And where'd those 10 million go? Can you really bake 6 million pizzas and can you fit 10 million pizzas on a ship? And if they're going somewhere, why aren't they going to mainland America? But okay. Before we get too far from the Spanish showing up, this is interesting. Remember I said there was an expedition before the DeSoto expedition? The DeSoto expedition landed in Tampa Bay. And then there's the Narvaez expedition, which came before them. They took almost the same path, right? Estevanico, also known as Mustafa Azamori, and Esteban de Durantes, and Estevanico the Moor, was allegedly the first person of African descent to explore North America. He was one of the last 4 survivors of the Narvaez expedition, along with Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, Andres Durantes de Carranza, and Alonso del Castillo Maldonado. Little is known about Estevanico's background, but contemporary accounts described him as a Negro al-Arabe, or Arabic-speaking black man, native to Azamor, Morocco. In 1522, he was sold as a slave to the Spanish nobleman Andres Durantes de Carranza in the Portuguese-controlled Moroccan town of Azamor. He participated in the Narvaez expedition, 1528. That's like 11 years before the DeSoto expedition. And they had like 300 people or something. They're attacked. The whole party gets broken up. Only 4 people survive, make it to Mexico. One of them's black. So not only had the Native Americans allegedly never seen white people, they're seeing their first black person for the first time too. And Estevanico, not only was he black, he started having him and this other guy, Cabeza de Vaca, they started performing miracles in the name of like Christianity. I don't know if Estevanico was Christian or if he was Muslim, but Cabeza de Vaca would perform miracles, or the natives thought he was performing miracles, because everywhere they would go, the rain would come. You know, they'd get rain and good weather. They were very superstitious. And when they'd see their first black man, they were very, very perplexed. And they started attributing spiritual qualities to the white man and the black man that they're seeing for the first time. So Cabeza de Vaca has this whole, thing where he's healing people and saying prayers and like spreading Christianity in America for the first time. Estevanico's there the whole time, doing his thing too. A black guy. Now also, back to the De Soto expedition. When the De Soto expedition came through America, they had a lot of black guys with them too. When they were going through the South, somewhere near like the Carolinas or, near there, near the Appalachian Mountains, they were visiting a queen who was in charge of a whole Native American like village, town, community, nation, whatever. She was a queen. She was decked out. She had all this money, all this, all these opulent buildings and jewelry and all this stuff. When they left, when the De Soto expedition left, hundreds and hundreds of Europeans with horses and pigs, this big, like kind of caravan moving along. When they left, and they kept moving down uncharted territory, they realized that they were missing one guy. They were missing one person, and they just left this big important town. They're like, oh my God, do we have to go back? You know who they were missing? One of the black men that was on the expedition had left, abandoned them. They didn't know if he got killed or what. They later got word that this black guy had fallen in love with the queen. And the queen convinced the black guy to run away and to live with her. And to essentially become king. So there was a black chief or black king of America, a part of America, as early as 1540, 1539, when this guy, deserted the De Soto expedition. And it was a black guy. And, the natives were very, very interested in the black people. And this queen, convinced him that she would make him like a ruler with her if he left the Spanish and came and lived with them. And he did it. That's also in Florida del Inca. So, yeah.
And this is part of that same expedition where they were performing miracles?
Mm-hmm. Now here, let's watch a little Thomas Sowell.
It makes me think of like the major deities, Kukulkan, Quetzalcoatl. Aren't they described as white with red hair?
Some of them are, yeah. That'll be a topic for a whole nother night. We can go deep on the hidden white history of America.
No, we can't.
It's Juneteenth.
You can't do that.
Juneteenth. We got almost 900 people in the chat here. Shout out to everyone for joining us. Don't expect us to get all the facts right here. We're just trying to lay it all out and question the narrative. I think we're doing a pretty good job of showing there were someone black was in America before Columbus, before the, large, big time European settlement of the Americas. It seems that the blacks were here. Whether they floated here, whether they came over as an empire, who knows? Oh, I see we've got our number one supporter here. Previously known as Stay White.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Good to see you, man. Probably not your type of show tonight, but
Stay Brown.
So yeah, there were whites who visited the Americas, Vikings, Templars, the Basque, right? Well, here, let's watch a little Thomas Sowell to kind of get a background on the history of free blacks in America. Oh, did you know that there was a free black man in America? Whatever, let's just watch this. This is from Thomas Sowell TV. No, I got it. Thanks.
Don't yell at me.
Internal cultural differences among blacks have long been extreme, ranging from such things as urbanization, education, and regional distribution, to rates of crime, economic achievement, and general acculturation to the norms of the surrounding society. Historically, the most fundamental difference for many generations was between those blacks who were slaves and those who were free. They differed not only in their legal status, but also in their regional distribution, their degree of urbanization, and even biologically. There were free blacks as far back as the 17th century. In fact, there were free blacks before there were slaves in America.
Hear that?
The first Africans brought in In fact, there were free blacks as far back as the 17th century. In fact, there were free blacks before there were slaves in America. The first Africans brought in captivity to colonial Virginia in 1619 became indentured servants, like the white indentured servants who were common in colonial America. Only later, with the mass importation of Africans, did this change. The first law in America recognizing perpetual slavery appeared in 1661 in Virginia. The small class of free blacks in colonial America had fewer restrictions than other free blacks would have in the 19th century. And
This is Thomas Sowell, by the way, who is, I don't know, maybe the smartest black guy in America. One of the smartest people in America, period. Thomas Sowell's smart. Ben Carson's pretty smart too. He's a brain surgeon. But Thomas Sowell knows his ish. But not only is he black, he's part Native American too. I believe he can speak a little Native American too. Thomas Sowell, part black, part Native American. So he's really cutting through the confusion with this.
Many of them and their descendants made use of their opportunities. There was a black writer named Gustavus Vasa, whose book was popular enough to go through 8 editions at a time when the vast majority of blacks were still illiterate slaves in the South. Benjamin Banneker was a publisher of almanacs and was also one of those who designed the layout of the city of Washington. Again, long before most blacks were either free or able to read and write. There were not just isolated individual blacks who were culturally more advanced than other blacks, but whole classes of blacks who had achieved cultural levels that most blacks would not achieve until many generations later. The size of the free black population increased after the United States came into existence as an independent nation, as the ideology of freedom associated with the American Revolution led most northern states to abolish slavery, and even in the South, enough white slave owners freed their slaves to cause the free black population there to nearly double and then redouble between 1790 and 1810. Both the regional distribution and the degree of urbanization of free and enslaved blacks differed greatly. After the invention of the cotton gin in 1793, the cotton plantations of the Deep South began to draw slaves away from upper South states like Virginia and North Carolina toward more southerly states like Mississippi and Alabama, sometimes as individuals sold down the river and often as part of whole plantations that relocated. Thus, the geographic center of the black population moved steadily southwestward at an average of about 50 miles per decade. Meanwhile, the free persons of color were moving in the directly opposite direction. While more than 90% of the antebellum black population lived in the South, the free persons of color were evenly divided between the states of the North and South, and within the South, they tended to leave the Deep South and gravitate toward that region's less oppressive places farther north. The difference in geographic distribution was so extreme that in 1860, there were more free blacks living in the city of Washington alone than in the states of Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia combined, these states having huge concentrations of slaves.
You hear that?
The slave and the
That's
free
crazy.
also differed greatly in urbanization. While most black slaves worked in rural settings, by 1860, the free persons of color were more urbanized than even the white population. There were cultural consequences to these historic and geographic differences. While the vast majority of slaves could neither read nor write, the census of 1850 showed that most free persons of color were literate. But it would be half a century later, 2 generations after emancipation, before the same would be true of the black population as a whole. It would be 1940 before the black population as a whole became as urbanized as the free persons of color were in 1850.
Don't miss the boat show.
Fucking ads, bro. That was interesting. Oh, here we go.
A segment of the black population had enduring consequences. The descendants of the antebellum free persons of color remained predominant among black leaders in many fields well into the 20th century, and they included W.E.B. Du Bois, Thomas Fortune, Charles Waddell Chestnut, Thurgood Marshall, John Hope Franklin, and many others. Most black holders of doctoral degrees in the middle of the 20th century, as well as most Negroes working in the professions in the nation's capital at that time, were by all indications descendants of the antebellum free persons of color, a group that was never more than 14% of the black population. As a group, the free persons of color also differed from the slaves in racial mixture. As in most of the Western Hemisphere, freed slaves were often the offspring of those who freed them, and the adults freed were more often female than male. While only 8% of slaves met the stringent U.S. Census requirement of half or more white ancestry to be classified as mulatto, 37% of the free persons of color did. This is not to say that all the others in either category were of pure African ancestry, but there were very noticeable skin color differences between the more acculturated descendants of those freed before the Civil War and those freed as a result of the Emancipation Proclamation. The noticeably greater success of the former was often attributed to their white ancestry, both by whites and by some of the Negro elite themselves. But the historical and cultural antecedents of that success are undeniable. Moreover, the later rise of other blacks to similar levels of achievement undermines the biological explanation of these internal differences among blacks. The point here is that cultural differences led to striking socioeconomic differences among blacks, as they did among whites. In both races, those who lived within the redneck culture lagged far behind those who did not. That these cultural differences among blacks also coincided with biological differences did not mean that biology explained the differences in performance. The offspring of white slave owners not only had a better chance of being freed, they also tended to have better opportunities while still enslaved, being more likely to be house servants rather than field hands, and, in some cases, living the lives of de facto free persons while still legally in bondage. Reconstruction-era black Senator Blanche K. Bruce, for example, was, during the era of slavery, tutored alongside his owner's son, or other son, as many believed. During the antebellum era, there were other mulatto offspring of white slave owners who were given special consideration and aid. Some were sent to Oberlin College, sometimes with an intermediary handling financial arrangements, apparently to conceal the identity of the white father. This is not to say that most slave owners freed their mulatto offspring, but that, of those blacks freed voluntarily, mulattoes were far more common than among the slave population in general, and that women were freed more often than men. Moreover, this pattern prevailed throughout the Western Hemisphere. The point here is that the descendants of free persons of color had a cultural history that served them better than the cultural history of the descendants of slaves, even after the abolition of slavery ended differences in their legal status. whether by individual escapes from slavery, by voluntary manumissions in the antebellum South, or by general emancipation by law in the northern states. A black class of free persons of color emerged long before the Emancipation Proclamation. The more prosperous of these families were able to educate their own children, sometimes through college, and these were typically lighter-skinned people, as well as people with generations of a head start in freedom and acculturation, as compared to the mass of enslaved blacks. The net result was that the elite among American Negroes tended to be, and to remain for generations after emancipation, a racially mixed group that married among themselves and formed a socially exclusive class. Among 19th century Negroes in Philadelphia, for example, 85% of mulatto men married mulatto women, and 93% of black men married black women. This was not solely a matter of color prejudice, for there were major behavioral differences between the two groups. The mulatto neighborhoods had lower crime rates and a higher percentage of their children attending school, as compared to the black neighborhoods, even though it can hardly be claimed that school attendance or crime rates are genetically predetermined. In short, there were major cultural differences, and these differences in turn produced other differences, such as a higher occupational status, better housing, and more wealth among the mulattoes. Nor was this pattern confined to Philadelphia. All across the country, North and South, the elite of the Negro community were lighter in complexion than the masses, and very self-conscious and sometimes snobbish about that fact. This remained so through at least the first half of the 20th century. Among the consequences of the extreme range of education and acculturation within the Negro community has been the larger society's erection of racial barriers provoked by black rednecks, which barriers then deeply offended those individuals at the other end of the cultural spectrum. These barriers, based on race, prevented cultural elites from separating themselves as much as they would like from lower-class blacks, with whom they were forced to live in proximity and to share institutions. Yet protests against racial barriers had to be made in the name of all, light or dark, leading to charges of hypocrisy against the elites who spearheaded protests against white social and economic barriers, while maintaining their own social and economic barriers against the black lower class. That internal social...
All right, so just some of the points he was making there at the beginning were kind of eye-opening, right? Kind of challenged the narrative. So, Thomas Sowell obviously doesn't agree with all the stuff we're talking about tonight, but he was pointing out some interesting, facts about free blacks in America, how this isn't just a one in a million thing. This was a big, sizable community, and they were learning to read, they were influencing society, etc. Well, he's largely talking about the North. Now I want to talk about the South. Okay? Now, in the South, there were a ton of free blacks and slave-owning black Americans. So let's talk about them. And this is going to get us into the Civil War conversation, right? But just leading up to the Civil War, there were people like one second. Just talk for a sec here, Juan.
You said that there was a black that helped lay out Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, let's look at that guy.
Which he was an astronomer and something or other. But that's interesting because that's like one of the main things they say about Washington, D.C., the way it's laid out. He was an astronomer, which maybe he was also into astrology.
Definitely.
Right? Maybe.
Yeah.
And because that's one of the main conspiracies, that Washington, D.C. is laid out in a certain type of way, right?
Yeah, so when you hear some of these communities saying, we built this country, take it with a grain of salt, but also make sure you're aware of people like Benjamin Banneker, mathematician, almanac author, landowner, surveyor, born in Baltimore
farmer,
County,
I wonder who's working on the farms.
And he became known for assisting Major Andrew Ellicott, who is the guy who came up with, like Juan was saying earlier, the state lines in most of the United States. You know, they were kind of implied borders before.
Whoa.
He's the guy who went out and came up with all the state boundaries for sure. So there's multiple, the final state lines for a lot of states. That's why there's multiple Ellicott lines in America.
And check that last part out. Banneker became, go down real quick, the third paragraph. Uh-oh, was he a Mason?
No, I was just looking up. Damn, he's got a big, oh my God, the citations.
Said there, Banneker became a folk hero after his death, leading to many accounts of his life being exaggerated or embellished. The names of parks, schools, and streets commemorate him and his work, as do other tributes. Huh.
So there's no records that he was a founding Freemason. Some claim that he was a Mason. Others say he wasn't, is what Google search is telling me. But he was a real person, and he was involved in the planning of Washington, D.C. Now, speaking of, and again, that's kind of in the north, there were people like, oh, here, let's look at this one.
They say Andrew Ellicott, is that the guy that he worked with? That he was a Mason, so they
yeah. Here, let's listen to this real quick. Tell me if you can hear it.
Support for NPR and the following message come from Jarl and Pamela Moan, thanking the people who make public radio great every day, and also those who listen.
I'm Farai Chidea, and this is News and Notes. Many people know Britain was involved with the slave trade, but did you know that some white Europeans were taken to America as slaves as well? The slavery of Europeans was a prelude to the mass slavery of Africans in the Americas, says our next guest, Michael Walsh. He's the co-author of White Cargo, a new book about the harsh and surprising reality of indentured servitude in colonial America. Michael, welcome.
Thank you very much.
So you paint a vivid picture of someone named Sir John Popham. Tell us about him, when and how he lived, and his influence on sending Europeans to literal or virtual slavery in the U.S.
He was the chief law officer under Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth. He had a colorful background. He'd been a...
So we're hearing about America's first slaves. A lot of times you'll hear this being, quote unquote, debunked by political activists, right? This is not debunked, people. This is NPR, if it's worth anything. This is the side that you wouldn't expect to be admitting this stuff. Because today, well, I think NPR is nothing now. I think Trump ended them, but
Wayman.
Or cut their
somehow
funding.
He got away with it. He was a venal, corrupt politician, and one of his issues was the scum of England. He wanted to get rid of them. He wanted to get rid of vagabonds and street children and beggars, and they called them the surplus. The surplus, and there was great fear amongst the rulers of England that this surplus would take over. So they wanted somewhere to dump them, and Sir John Popham cleared the jails to try and start a colony in New England. He failed. His ship turned back. It didn't turn back. It was captured by the Spanish. And meantime, another colony was taking root in Virginia. But a few months later, Sir John's ship did reach New England, and a colony was begun. It was a flop because they were looking for gold. They found no gold. And then the news came through that Sir John had died. So all his colonists, most of whom were forced labor convicts, they came back to England and they hoped freedom. There was no Sir John waiting to roast them alive, as he might have done. So he, if you like, in a way started English colonization.
Sort
in
of
America.
the intellectual or business father of this, but he himself did not survive, but the practice did survive. And I want to ask for some distinctions here. You have different terms in the book: slaves, indentured servants, and what you call free willers. I'm intrigued by the concept of a free willer. Who were they, and what did they get from essentially putting themselves in servitude?
Well, that's what they put themselves in servitude. They were desperate. They were poor people, or people who didn't have enough money to pay for the trip to America. They wanted a new life. They hoped that they would get one in America, and so they signed themselves away, their freedoms away, as indentured servants to pay for their passage, and that would be for anything between 3 and 11 years usually. Now, most of them initially didn't survive more than a couple of years. The first the average, I think, lifespan of a new indentured servant in the 1620s was probably 2 years. So these were called at the time free willers because they went of their free will, and so many others didn't go of their free will. They were sent there.
All right, yo, Disney Frozen conspiracy going on. Free willers, Free Willy. The enslaved whale that is both black and white.
Well, I was gonna say, wouldn't
whale? Do killer whales, even though killer whales make up only 13% of the population, they account for 65% of the violent crime among whale populations?
Bro,
are we on to something here with the black and white whale, the Free Willy?
Listen,
free willers.
What if this is to play devil's advocate? What if they came up with this? Let's say this is a fabrication to kind of sympathize with African Americans. Like, see, it's not so bad. Even whites were also enslaved. Again, to kind of twist the narrative, because one of the main things that people talk about, it's like, hey, this happened hundreds of years ago. Whatever, get over it, right? There was also white ones along those too. Like, so maybe this is a fabrication of that, and maybe that's why. I don't know. It feels like a lot of this stuff, because we can't deny the fact that for a majority of the early 19th century, or early 1900s, blacks were segregated, right? Like, they were separated from society, unless all those pictures and everything that we see in our school books and our history books is bullshit, right? They can't all be bullshit.
No, the segregation was real.
You get what I'm saying?
Was real. The slavery was real. But here, we're going to get to the explanation of the slavery. We're going to get to more of the motives once we get to the Moroccan side of this whole story. But here, let's listen to this a little bit more.
They were sent there in chains. They were sentenced to go there. They weren't free at all. Well, nor were these people. So that's the free willers. They are indentured servants.
What about the relationship of the white indentured servants to the African or African descendant slaves? How did they get along, and how did the people who were essentially their masters treat them differently, if they did?
They did treat them differently. They got along surprisingly well, given what we hear these days.
So yeah, we won't let this guy know that. Like, was he there? You know what I'm saying? Like, what a crazy thing to say.
I know. Have you ever heard of William Ellison, Juan?
No.
William Ellison. Hang on here. Let's get us off to the side. William Ellison, born April Ellison, was an American cotton gin maker and blacksmith in South Carolina, and former African-American slave who achieved considerable success as a slave owner before the American Civil War. He eventually became a major planter and one of the wealthiest property owners in the state. According to the 1860 census, in which his surname was listed as Ellerson, throughout his life, he owned up to 171 black slaves in South Carolina and Georgia, making him the largest slave owner in the area. He held 63 slaves at his death and more than 900 acres of land. See if you can find a picture of this guy, please. William Ellison. From 1830 to 1865, he and his sons were the only free blacks in Sumter County, South Carolina. Keep that in your mind, folks. Sumter County. We're going to come back to Sumter County. only free blacks in Sumter County to own slaves. The county was largely devoted to cotton plantations, and the majority population were slaves. Okay, so a whole lot more to this. During the American Civil War, Ellison and his sons supported the Confederate States of America and gave the government substantial donations and aid. A grandson fought in the regular Confederate Army and survived the war. Now look at that. So this guy alone kind of challenges the whole narrative. There were black people on the side of the Confederacy. Now there's a huge push among academia, among academics, to kind of cancel this out. Now this guy's got a Wikipedia article, so obvious, he was the largest. You can't really hide that guy, right?
That's allegedly him. He looks a lot like old Jeffrey over here, dude. I don't know.
Or here. He's not the only one. Have you ever heard of Antoine Dubuclet?
Nope. These aren't people we're going to hear about in the history books, because it doesn't really go with the narrative, right?
Antoine Dubuclet was the state treasurer of Louisiana from 1868 to 1878. Before the American Civil War, Dubuclet was one of the wealthiest African Americans in the nation. After the war, he was the first person of African descent to hold the office of Louisiana treasurer. Look at that. Born near Baton Rouge.
Did it say he inherited a sugar plantation from his parents up there?
Yep. Dubuclet took over his father's responsibilities and assisted in managing the plantation and enslaving more than 70 people. Fucking guy's just staring through the window. Weirdo. Assisted in managing the plantation and enslaving more than 70 people. In 1834, the plantation was divided between Dubuclet and his siblings. In the mid-1830s, Dubuclet met and married a woman, blah, blah, blah. Wealthy free woman of color who owned a plantation and enslaved 44 people. Okay. Now,
say Republican candidate. Is that what it said there? Was nominated as the Republican candidate for state treasurer.
Yeah. State treasurer. Okay, well, who else we got? There's this other guy. Have you heard of Andrew Durnford?
Mm-mm.
No, can we see him? Okay, Andrew Durnford. Andrew's father, Thomas Durnford, emigrated from England at age 14. Let's see. Don't want to read all this. But this guy was a slave owner. Black sugar planter in the antebellum South. So this guy, Andrew Durnford. Again, not going to read all this, but just one more. And boom. A splendid sugar plantation containing 1,643 acres of land and 95 Negroes near Bayonne Gula in Louisiana, belonging to the estate of Samuel S. Harrison, was sold at public auction a few days since and brought the handsome sum of $240,500. The purchaser was Cyprian Ricard, a free man of color who owned the adjoining plantation, which is worth as much more. Louisiana. A lot of this going on in Louisiana.
That's a lot of money for that time.
And then we have Marie Theresa Coin. Now talk about a Tengu name. Coin.
$5.
Born as Coin, also known as blah blah blah, was a planter, slave owner, and businesswoman. See if you can find a picture of her, please. A Louisiana Creole of color, Coin was born into slavery. Her freedom was purchased in 1778. 10 children. Okay, how many slaves did she have?
She's not bad looking. There she is right there.
12,000 acres,
That's
100 slaves.
Is that her granddaughter?
No, that's her. I think that's her. Oh, no, that's granddaughter, yeah.
Granddaughter
You're right.
of, yeah, that's the
Granddaughter.
picture I got.
Okay, so 12,000 acres and 100 slaves. Disputed, though. But, challenging the narrative here in the South. This is Louisiana. Who else we got? Have you ever heard of the angel oak, Juan?
No.
The angel oak is one of the most remarkable trees in America. And they say that it's haunted because they used to hang slaves under it.
Yikes.
Do lynchings.
Yeah.
Which we don't condone at all. That's terrible.
We don't.
YouTube, don't hate us. We're just telling history. We're hearing from historians tonight. We're hearing from scholars.
Did it actually happen there, though, or is that just like legend?
Well, that's what they say. And that's what a lot of the plaques and kind of like documentaries say about the tree. Do you know what they don't tell people about the tree?
That whites also died there?
Well, probably. The oak derives its name from the estate of Justice Angel and his wife, Martha Tucker Angel. Local folklore tells of stories of ghosts of formerly enslaved people appearing as angels around the tree. But Angel was their last name. Now, do you know who Justice Angel was? He was a black slave owner. So it's haunted with slave ghosts. But the owner was a person of color as well. So this really, how many black slave owners are we up to in the South? A lot.
Quite a few.
And these are just the ones that I could find searching real easy. Now, we're not even anywhere close to done. You ever heard of Anthony Johnson? A man from Angola who achieved wealth in the early 16th century, colony of Virginia, held as an indentured servant as early as 1621. He earned his freedom after several years and was granted land by the colony. He later became a tobacco farmer in Maryland. Indentured servant and has been referred to as the Black Patriarch of the first community of Negro property owners in America. Apparently kidnapped from Portuguese Angola. Yep. And he ended up, I think he ended up owning slaves. I could be wrong. But that's super early in America, in English, English colony. Who else we got? We got Richard Edward DeReef. Ever heard of him? African-American slave owner, lumber trader, and politician. A member of a wealthy family of mixed African and European descent. DeReef was a prominent member of South Carolinian society, but was subject to discrimination due to his race. He was considered one of the wealthiest African-American men in Charleston and served as a city alderman. Well, mixed race, he claimed Native American descent from his grandmother. Hawa, folks. Hawa. And yeah, slave owner.
He was owner of as many as 40 slaves.
Yep.
They were darker skin, whereas the reef belonged to a lighter skin group that refused to associate with the darker skin group and regard them with disdain in every aspect of life. Yikes.
Here's another one. John Carruthers Stanley was one of the largest slave owners in North Carolina and wealthiest free black resident. Blah, blah, blah. Son of John Wright Stanley, half-brother to U.S. Congressman. He became known as one of the largest slave owners in North Carolina and the wealthiest free black resident. His father amassed riches during the American Revolutionary War. But yeah, how many slaves? That's what we want to know. All right, well, here's one that I know a lot about. This is in Florida. I've known about her for a while. This is the Kingsley Plantation. You ever heard of the Kingsley Plantation?
Yeah.
Yep, that's in Florida. And this is what it looks like. You can visit
You've
today.
talked about it before.
Yeah. That's what the houses. They've got these coquina houses. Look at that. That's how they arranged. That's how they arranged the slave houses. Psh.
And what he was black?
This was a white guy, but he had allegedly an African princess as a wife. Apparently, allegedly born in Senegal, purchased by Zephaniah Kingsley, a potential Tengu merchant. And they had kids together. She was only 13, apparently. But when he dies, she died at 77. He died when she was like whatever. When he died, I don't know how old she was when he died, but when he died, she kept running the plantation by herself.
Wow.
And she kept running it. And there was like, a black family running this, one of the biggest plantations in Florida at a time. But yeah. She was later described as a very unusual native, tall, dignified, with well-formed features. See that, folks? See that, folks? Okay, catch that, folks. Okay. We're on dodge the hijack, okay? Hawa, folks. Hawa.
You're gonna have to check this out.
Dodge the whitewash, okay? Anna Jai Kingsley. Anna Jai Kingsley. And, we've got a whole lot more we can look into. But basically, what else do we want to talk about? So the Sumter Turks. Now, remember I said some of the people who were kind of mixed race would often get called Turks. And what do Turks have to do with America and Sumter County? Have you ever heard of the Sumter County Turks?
Turks of Sumter County in South Carolina?
Yeah. Let's bring them up. Turks of South Carolina, also known as the Sumter Turks or Turks of Sumter County, are a group of people who have lived in the general area of Sumter County since the late 18th century. According to Professor Glenn Browder, quote, they have always been a tight-knit and isolated community of people who identified as being of Turkish descent. As of 2018, they numbered no more than 400 in the town of Dalzell. Now here's where it gets interesting. The Turk community traces its history back to an early settler from the Ottoman Empire, Joseph Benenhalli, who reputedly served the colonial cause in the American Revolutionary War. He made his way to South Carolina, where he served as a scout for General Thomas Sumter during the American Revolution. General Sumter then gave Benenhalli land on his plantation to farm and raise a family. A few outsiders married into the family, but most who identified with the ostracized community and their progeny consider themselves people of Turkish descent. By the mid-20th century, they numbered several hundred. The Turks of South Carolina today include surnames such as Benenhalli, Oxendine, Scott, Hood, Buckner, Lowery, Chavis, and Ray. Yeah. Genetic studies, notably the DNA results showed no discernible contributions from sub-Saharan Africa, contradicting the criticism that the community had claimed Turkish ancestry to cover African roots. Now, what did they find, though? DNA reports on living members of the Turkish community who descend from Joseph Benenhalli showed that the genetic profile indicates significant connections to the Mediterranean, Middle Eastern, and North African regions, along with substantial West European admixture and some potential evidence of Native American linkages. And then, like I said, no discernible contributions from sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah. One of them said, we are the Turkish people of Sumter County in the state of South Carolina. Our story has never been told fully and accurately. We have roots that extend all the way back to the Revolutionary War. We fought in the Civil War and in the World Wars I and II. But for centuries, our rich history has been overlooked and misrepresented. Our cultural identity questioned, and we were denied equal access to education because of the tones of our skin. We persevered and we prevailed. Now, though our spirit endures, the Turkish community faces new and different challenges as a fading ethnicity in the 21st century. So yeah, here. The tax collector Sumter sent an inquiry to the South Carolina Committee on the Colored Population, dated December 7th, 1858, as to whether the descendants of Egyptians and Indians residing in Sumter should be taxed under the bracket of free blacks, mulattoes, and mestizos, or as whites. In the early 20th century, some believed that they were primarily of Native American background, with some admixture of Turkish. Now, interestingly, they have been mistakenly connected to a family of, quote, free Moors who resided in Charleston. This is where it's picking back up, folks, okay? Whole nother rabbit hole here. Juan, if you need to go to bed, I'll give you an opportunity here.
Yeah, I've been up since 6 a.m, bro.
That's all right.
Don't want to leave you hanging.
I get it. I'm going to keep going, though.
All right, then I'll catch you on the next one, then, next week.
If this albino honky doesn't tell the true hidden history, who is? Okay.
Oh, man. Well, I'll catch you guys on next week's episode. We'll figure out what we're going to do.
We got 850 in the chat, people. Everyone go check out the One-on-One podcast, tjojp.com. I'm going to put the link in the description to his stuff when I'm done.
Appreciate
Guys,
it.
thanks, Juan, for joining us. I'll see if I can get us a special guest in here tonight.
All right, bro. Take it easy.
Good night, Juan. Thanks for joining.
Later.
Peace. Okay, give me 1 second here. Hawa, folks. All right. Full steam ahead. Finally, that guy's gone. Now we can really cover some ground without him holding us back. All right. So, Turks of South Carolina. Who are the free Moors? Free Moors. What's up? Islam in America? What? What's up? The Moors Sundry Act of 1790 was a granted petition ordered by South Carolina House of Representatives, clarifying the status of free subjects of the Sultan of Morocco, Muhammad bin Abdullah. Now, this is where the whole Moorish community, remember we were talking about them at the beginning? This is where the whole Moorish community kind of traces this is where they get the real meat and potatoes behind their theory, right? This is like some of the real history behind it, not just because Wikipedia says so, but there's a real foundation to the whole Moorish American community that goes back. It's not just some recent thing. And this is going to tie into the whole, Moors, Morocco Treaty, George Washington cutting down the cherry tree, right? But yeah. Wow. All right. But before we get to that, remember they said they fought in the Confederacy. Those darker skinned Turkish people claimed that they fought in the Civil War too. They were in South Carolina during the Civil War. I imagine they fought for the Confederacy. But there's this whole movement to kind of deny that there was ever black soldiers in the Confederacy. Today, they only kind of admit that a bunch of them joined at the end, right? But originally, as we've already shown, there was a ton of black slave owners in the South. Landowners, wealthy, influential. You think they just switched sides when the Civil War started? No, they fought with the South too. Now here, we got some interesting videos we can get into. Oh, that's too. Don't want to just look at me. Here, let's pull up a good little video here. Did any blacks fight in the Confederacy? 1 second here. Let's take a little watch of this documentary here. This is Confederate Studio from 8 years ago on YouTube. Shout out to them. Let's let her rip.
Confederate General Patrick Cleburne wanted to utilize slaves in the early part of the war, but was turned down by the Confederate Congress. Not until March of 1864 did President Jefferson Davis, along with Robert E. Lee, convinced the Confederate Congress to officially muster in black troops. These troops would never see battle. Lee would surrender at Appomattox in April of 1865. No other event in our history has defined the American Constitution or our government than the American Civil War. With the American Revolution, we the people declared that all free-thinking men shall be self-governed. With the spirit of 1776, we give definition to a people who agreed to self-government. Out of the ashes of the American Civil War arose the encompassment of a strong centered government. We now brought definition to our government, but not without a tremendous cost to our nation. Well over 600,000 Americans of North and South gave their last measure for the birth of this new nation.
Many slaves throughout the South felt an allegiance to their slave owners, particularly in the instance where they were not beaten every day. Many slaves came to accept slavery as their fate, as a way of life.
It is a factor that has been made up note of, that very few Southerners actually owned slaves. Most Southerners did not.
People are doing what they have to do. They are sometimes doing what they want to do, and they are doing what they were forced to do. Many of those who are working in the Confederacy are slaves who were laborers. Many others who are in the Confederacy are there with their slaveholders who are also their relatives. Their Union Army may be very far away, and it will be completely out of the question for them to be able to safely escape to it.
So they lived in a comparative status. The slaves at the plantation down the road were beaten regularly and what have you. They were not adventuresome in many instances, to the extent that they were willing to run away and face the unknowns of what was waiting for them 100 miles away or 50 miles away. And then family liaisons suggested that many slaves did not leave. But I think that there are numerous psychological studies taking place, whereas individuals become to a certain extent dependent on their oppressors. And I would have to think that this was probably, not being a psychologist, of course, but I would have to think that this is probably the motivation for forest slaves remaining both during the war and even after the war, as has been indicated by others, until their deaths.
Why do these men support the forces defending slavery? It seems today that the complexity of African American life in the Confederate and pre-Confederate South has been lost in the singular issue of slavery. But in fact, slavery, while certainly dominated by the white race, was not their sole domain. Native Americans and African American freedmen also owned slaves. In the year preceding the war, in the city of Charleston, South Carolina alone, there existed no less than 120 black freedmen who owned at least one slave. Several black slave owners wrote jointly to the New Orleans Daily Delta in December 1860.
Many places throughout the Deep South, the older parts where the larger plantations existed, also witnessed the existence of blacks owning other blacks. A number of blacks who had been manumitted or had earned enough money to purchase their own freedom became entrepreneurs, purchased or acquired land, and in turn became slave owners and went into cotton, indigo, or rice farming.
Well, I think that most people, when they hear that there were blacks who fought in the Confederacy, they are outraged because they think that these fighters were forced to fight. In some instances, they probably were. It's very hard for people today to accept the fact that a black could volunteer for Confederate service because he felt some kind of patriotism towards the South, that he felt loyalty towards the master, or that he wanted to prove to the establishment that he was deserving of eventually receiving his freedom. What many Americans forget is that there were 5,000 black soldiers who fought with George Washington during the Revolutionary War. And of course, in 1812, Andrew Jackson, who praised the blacks in his service profusely, also knew that those blacks were taking a risk fighting for the United States government. So if blacks can fight for George Washington, it's hard for me to reject the idea that their grandsons could not have fought for Robert E. Lee. And of course, remember, they had practical considerations. Many of them, they only knew the South. And many of the blacks who were in the Confederate forces, most of the blacks were more useful to the Confederate Army or to the Confederate government as civilians, as opposed to being soldiers or sailors, many of these blacks were taking a chance of saying, look, I'm going to show you that I'm a patriot, and I hope to be rewarded as a consequence of it. These are very practical considerations. I think the problem that we have today is most Americans have a difficult time accepting the past because we read into the past the prejudices of the present. The moment you do that, you're not dealing with history. I mean, history, I've often said to my students, is like taking a bath in muddy water. You're never going to be completely clean. And you have to see the past as the past was, not the way we wish it was.
Between the states, and we have been to
Now, just real quick, folks, to this day, there are people who deny that there were black Confederates who fought, who weren't forced to fight. Now, they wouldn't really want you to see this documentary. And that guy who was talking earlier, Edward something, there's a lot of people who go after him and try and debunk everything he said too. Let's keep watching.
We are the last of the old bodyguards of our masters served through the war between the states, and we have been to all the reunions and they have treated us just the same as any other soldier. I'm Marmaduke, Joe Shelter, bodyguard. Done everything they told me to do. And, so one day, General Marmaduke told me to go and get some chicken. I told him I didn't know what's going on. He's got his gun in the back. I'm ready. Chaps on there. I told him, yes, sir, I'll go right now. But you all know how old I am? I'll be 81 years old the first day in August. Damn this.
Major General Nathan, one of the most famous generals in the Confederate Army, was Major General Nathan Bedford Forrest.
All right. We're not going to watch the whole thing on that, but you get the idea. And here's another one. This is a video from proudrebel.com on YouTube.
As you know, I'm a former president of NAACP in the city of Asheville, North Carolina. After I read some of the letters from my babies on how they were losing their First Amendment rights at the schoolhouse and how people were using implied immunity to stop them from wearing their little Dixie Outfitter t-shirts, a lot of them crying out to help from the Southern Legal Resource Center. And surprisingly for me, a great deal of those babies that were crying out for help were black babies. The whole institution of slavery has been blamed solely on Christian white folks in the South, and the whole world acts as though it didn't participate, and the whole world did participate. You know, black folks and white folks in the South end of America, we've been family in lieu of slavery for a long time. For me, the victory didn't come with Marsley over there at Appomattox Courthouse for those folks. In the hearts and minds of us, that thing still was there, the love for the Southland of America. So the only way, basically, that we could do this thing is to dumb down the people and grab black folks and divide and separate them down in the South. How are you going to separate Confederate history and Southern history from black folks? But they don't talk about Levi Carnine, Reverend McLee, Hope Collier, John Edgerton. They don't talk about these folks because, I mean, these are black heroes who who fought very bravely. Reverend McLeod said, bodyguard to Honorable General Robert E. Lee. He told his people, after he'd educated himself with the money that General Lee had given him, keep your faith in God, buy you some land, get yourself educated, and beyond all else, put your faith and trust in the white man in the South, no other, because he knew what was in the hearts and minds of Southern people. These folks talked about Nathan Bedford Forrest. If it don't be for Nathan Bedford Forrest and that original Ku Klux Klan, I'm not talking about what happened after Nathan Bedford Forrest. Many of us Southerners, red, yellow, black, and white, would be just like the dinosaur around here in the Southland America, extinct. And people don't understand that. They just say Ku Klux Klan and all.
This shit is crazy. I mean, can you imagine if you saw this in history class?
All of a sudden, they gather these images of my flag and white men standing around beating and hanging and whipping black folks. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Thaddeus Stevens and his boys found out how successful that the Klan was at defending Southern folks, red, yellow, black, and white. So what did they do? They started sending their boys down here and dressing up like the Klan and committed terror in the South. And then all of a sudden, you know, Nathan Bedford Forrest understood this thing. He told his men, let's just come home. Let's go home and forget about this thing. And I'll tell you something. From all the accounts of what you do find, there was not a single man who looked like me that wouldn't have given his life for Nathan Bedford Forrest. Trained cadre of black folks on plantations all across the South End of America, made all the implements of war, stayed at home, provided all the foodstuffs. Many went off to fight in the war gloriously. In the 77 cities that I marched through when I walked through Texas, there was not one town that somebody did not come with a black Confederate hero. When my great-great-grandmama Hattie Edgerton stood on those shores in 1788 on her way to the Honorable T.R. Edgerton family in Rutherford County, North Carolina, I'm so glad she didn't get left behind. Those Africans didn't like us then. They don't like us now. The only people that ever showed any love for us, those same white folks in those cotton fields and cornfields that we live side by side and call ourselves family. And I'm not here defending institutional slavery because slavery was bad when Jesus Christ walked the earth. It's part of man's inhumanity to the man. There's a resolve in those children, much like their grandfathers that we see buried around here. They want to know. And now they have these things called computers. These babies start plugging in these things, and these teachers can't get away with that stuff they used to get away with about, you know, our ancestors were demonic. I am so very, very proud of my heritage and my ancestry. God, in his infinite wisdom, could have sent my grandmama someplace else as a slave. But he sent her to the greatest country. He sent her to the Southland of America. If it hadn't been for that white master said, come in here, sit down, John. They burn out all our property. Our money is no good. All the animals are gone. But we family. Let's work together. I'll make this thing survive and work again. And they did. And they did.
To find out more, call 1-800-MY-SOUTH or
Isn't that crazy? Now I've got another one, switching topics a little bit here, but who's ever heard of the Black Seminoles? Who's ever heard of the Black Seminole Indians? I talk a lot about the Seminoles on my channel. Now, let's take, this is a video from a guy named Doug Sivad. Doug Sivad on YouTube, shout out to him. I think I emailed him once about trying to get him on the show. So if you know him, let me know, but let's check this out.
Enslavement in the Americas, its cruelties. I know you've heard stories of African enslavement in the Americas, its cruelties, the harshness of it. But I'd like to tell you another story. The story of families who fought not to gain their freedoms, but to maintain their freedoms in the United States of North America. The Seminoles.
Tonight is traditional dancing, Seminole style. And it's true to Seminole culture and heritage, dancing that you will be seeing here and actually can participate in if you wish.
my favorite definition of history is the story written by the winners. It's a pack of lies written by the winners.
I want to tell you another story about families who fought not to gain their freedom, but rather to maintain their freedom in the United States of North America. This is another American-African story, but unlike any you've heard before.
We have to look beyond just the West of the United States. We have to look at the Americas. Because when the Africans arrived, there was somebody here. Indigenous people were incorporated into the religions of the Africans who arrived.
Indians knew early arriving Africans as merchants, medicine men, and magicians, not slaves. Their earliest meetings are recorded as occurring around 1500 BC.
So let's just pause right here real quick. Now, the official story, the mainstream narrative on the Seminoles, the Black Seminoles, is that they're runaway Indians and runaway slaves who mixed together. Now, that's what they say on, Wikipedia. We'll come back to that video in a sec. But the Seminole Indians, right, are kind of the last remaining Indians in Florida. And they're the only unconquered tribe in America. And the Seminoles, Black Seminoles, was a big, big part of the Seminole history. And again, they tell us that they were runaway slaves, and that could be true in some instances, right? These were kind of like the rebels standing up to the, at first the Spanish Empire, then the English Empire, and eventually fighting with the American government. Now, that documentary we're watching is going to give us a totally different narrative, right? They're bringing the history back BC. They're not starting with the slave narrative. The slave narrative might be part of the story, but they're skipping the whole beginning. They're skipping everything before that, right? They only kind of start with the politicized slave narrative. So let's go back to that other documentary.
When the Africans arrived, there was somebody here. Indigenous people were incorporated into the religions of the Africans who arrived.
Indians knew early arriving Africans as merchants, medicine men, and magicians, not slaves. Their earliest meetings are recorded as occurring around 1500 BC.
What we call Istilusti, or black people, the majority of them did migrate with what we now consider called the Oklahoma Seminoles. As the Oklahoma Seminoles are today, we are still the only Indian tribe in the United States that still has black people, that has no Indian blood at all in them, that are still citizens of the tribe.
Bloodlines followed the mother, so children born to an Indian mother were called Indian, no matter the physical attributes.
Being Seminoles, the majority did come to the Indian Territory as prisoners of war.
After 3 wars with the U.S. in Florida, some Seminoles capitulated to Indian Territory, mostly on the advice of their black counselors and advisors, rather than attempt to endure the designed oppressions imposed on them because of their rebelliousness. Thousands of Seminoles escaped Indian Territory, running north to Kansas, west into the desert lands and other Indian nations there, and south into Mexico. Those in Mexico became a military colony protecting Mexico's northern border along the region.
If you're just joining us, we're talking about Hidden Black History of America. Happy Juneteenth. Make sure you spark up, pour yourself a little liquid sunshine while you're at it. All right, let's get back into it. We're watching Doug Sivod on YouTube. Hidden Black Seminole Indian History.
Rio Bravo. The Mexicans called their black Indian mercenaries Muskoga. The first Muskoga Seminole Indian Scouts enrolled at Fort Duncan on promises of regular Army pay and land to call their home. Living in squalor 4 years later, no land. They were challenged by the law when they wouldn't tolerate the insults from the white populace they were protecting. In 1874, Muskogee Private Adam Payne won the Congressional Medal of Honor in battle at Paladuro Canyon in North Texas. In 1875, Muskogee's John Ward, Isaac Payne, and Pompey Factor won Congressional Medals of Honor at Seminole Canyon in a battle with 70 Comanche they had trailed for weeks. From the time of their arrival in Mexico and Texas, these unheralded Muskogee warriors fought and defeated Napoleon's French army, invading Comanche, Lipan Apache, and Texas outlaws, while never losing a man in battle.
When we were in Florida, we were black Seminoles. When we went to Oklahoma, we were still black Seminoles. When we left Oklahoma, we went to Mexico, we were still black Seminoles.
What does African American include? There are many varieties of African Americans, so many people that don't fit into one particular category.
Within the history of the American native is found the missing link in Black history and genealogy. Seminoles, a people omitted from the annals of American history curricula. Muskogee, an independent mercenary force that policed the American West and northern Mexico.
Pretty interesting stuff, huh? Pretty crazy. Got one more here lined up. One second. Queuing up another video on the Seminole Indian Scouts. This is from Texas Historical Commission on YouTube from like 10 years ago.
The group that's gathered here are descendants, direct descendants of the Seminole Scouts, and they've come from all over the United States. They come here in September to Brackettville every year for this reunion.
My name is Augusta Pines, and I'm a descendant of the Seminole Indian Scouts here in Brackettville, Texas, and we're gathered here today for our annual celebration.
The Seminole Scout descendants are the original Seminoles that come up from Florida. They moved up through Georgia there, and they picked up runaway Negro slaves, then ended up in Oklahoma. And then from there, they were run out of Oklahoma, and they ended up down in a place called Nacimiento, Mexico. By late 1871, 1872, they were transferred up to Fort Clark to serve up here, and there was approximately 50 of these scouts. 4 of them become Medal of Honor recipients.
My name is Bertha Benson. I'm a descendant of the Black Seminole Indians. The Gullah language, and of course we always call it Seminole here. We were never told that it was Gullah. We never called it Gullah, but turns out it is. It was English, but it was different. And I heard it all my life that growing up, my parents, grandparents, aunts. My name is Bertha.
I think Thomas Sowell
family,
speaks Gullah.
And I'm Black Seminole Indian descendant. Here where I'm sitting, where I sit, is this land. We've been to live here many, many years ago. It's where my ancestors been to live.
There's still people in this area here in Brackettville that speaks that language, and I really wish I had took my time and learned it and listened and tried to understand that language when I was growing up. Because it's really an important language that I just let go.
I think it's really important to teach Gullah to the next generation, because if we don't teach it, I believe it's going to die. And my family, my parents spoke it all the time. Our kids, they don't know it, and it's going to die if we don't pass it on.
let's talk about the Moors for a little bit. Actually, let's talk about pirates. Remember, we were talking about the Turks in South Carolina and the Sumter Turks. We're going to get back to them in a little bit, but Caesar, who's ever heard of Black Caesar? Okay, so we got Black Confederates, we got Black soldiers in the Civil War, Black Indians, potentially Black Aboriginals. We got Black pirates now, too. Caesar, later known as Black Caesar, was a West African pirate who operated during the Golden Age of piracy. He served aboard the Queen Anne's Revenge of Edward Teach, also known as Blackbeard, and was one of the surviving members of that crew following Blackbeard's death at the hand of Lieutenant Robert Maynard in 1718. Myths surrounding his life, that he was African royalty and terrorized the Florida Keys for years before joining Blackbeard, have been intermixed with legends and fictional accounts as well as other pirates. But he was involved with Florida. Black Caesar, according to traditional accounts, was a prominent African tribal war chieftain, widely known for his huge size, immense strength, and keen intelligence. He evaded capture from many different slave traders. Caesar was finally captured when he and 20 of his warriors were lured onto a ship by a slave trader. Showing him a watch, the trader promised to show him and his warriors more objects, which were, quote, too heavy and too numerous to bring on shore, if they came aboard his ship. He enticed them to stay with food, musical instruments, silk scarves, and jewels. However, he and his men raise anchor and slowly sail away. So they duped him. When Caesar discovered what was happening, he and his men attempted to charge their captors, but were driven back by the well-armed sailors using swords and pistols. Although it took considerable time, blah, 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 blah. He got captured. As they neared the coast of Florida, the sudden appearance of a hurricane threatened to destroy the ship on the Florida reefs. Recognizing the ship's imminent destruction, the sailor snuck below decks. I don't know who wrote this. The sailor snuck below decks and freed Caesar. The two then forced the captain and crew into a corner, most likely at gunpoint, and boarded one of the longboats with ammunition. Oh, he befriended a sailor. All right, that's the sailor. He befriended a sailor who was the only man Black Caesar would accept food and water from. The two then forced the captain and crew into a corner, most likely at gunpoint, and boarded one of the longboats with ammunition and other supplies. The wind and waves pushed them to shore where they waited out the storm. And that's how they got started. They began using the lifeboat to lure passing ships, which stopped to give assistance. While posing as shipwrecked sailors, they would sail out to the vessel. And yeah, so that's how they got started. And Black Caesar went on to become one of the most, powerful figures in kind of early Florida history. Elliott Key, hanging out in the Keys. Here's where it gets crazy. He reputedly had a harem on his island, having at least 100 women seized from passing ships, as well as a prison camp where he kept prisoners in stone huts, hoping to ransom them. When leaving the island to go on raids, he left no provisions for these prisoners, and many eventually starved to death. A few children reportedly escaped captivity, subsisting on berries and shellfish, and formed their own language and customs. This society of lost children gave rise to native superstition that the island is haunted. Oh my God. So yeah, this Black Caesar guy, I mean, the whole thing is crazy, and there's documentaries about him. But he was with Blackbeard for a time and all this stuff. But this kind of brings us to the question, who was enslaving who in the 17 and 1800s? Why would there be this narrative to kind of like fake slavery or exaggerate slavery exaggerate the amount of Africans shipped to America. Well, who's ever heard of the Barbary slave trade? Remember we were talking about white slaves in America earlier. The Barbary slave trade involved the capture and selling of European slaves at slave markets in the largely independent Ottoman Barbary states. European slaves were captured by Barbary pirates in slave raids on ships and by raids on coastal towns from Italy to Ireland, coasts of Spain and Portugal, as far north as Iceland, and into the eastern Mediterranean. The Ottoman Eastern Mediterranean was the scene of intense piracy. As late as the 18th century, piracy continued to be a consistent threat to maritime traffic in the, I always forget how to say this, Aegean Sea. The Barbary slave trade came to an end in the early years of the 19th century after the United States and Western European allies won the First and Second Barbary Wars against the pirates, and the region was conquered by France, putting an end to the trade by the 1830s. Most of the captives were seamen and crews who were taken with their ships, fishermen, villagers, etc. Yeah. So, we aren't really taught about this. At the same time, 1830s, and it didn't just go away. It's actually still going on, believe it or not. But at the same time that slavery was going on in America, you had slavery in North Africa. And also, what's the origin of the word slave? You guys ever thought about that? Let's take a look at the etymology of slave. The English word slave originates from the Old French esclave, which itself derives from the medieval Latin sclavus, meaning Slav. This term was used to refer to Slavic peoples who were frequently enslaved in the early medieval period. The Byzantine Greek word sklavos, also meaning Slav, is the source of the medieval Latin term. Essentially, the word slave, as we know it, evolved from the name of a specific ethnic group, the Slavs, due to their widespread enslavement during that area. So remember, going back to the whole black versus bleach, black, blanco, bleak, black means white. That's one thing in this whole legalese wordplay stuff. That's true. Black means blank. Same thing with slave. Slav means white person. So why are we saying slavery all the time? Why isn't it Barbary? Right? But okay. So we got black pirates. Now let's talk about the Moorish. Let's see what else I got queued up here. Let's get that music going again. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to queue something up. Now, who grew up hearing the story about George Washington cutting down the Moroccan flag? Here, let's see. Which one of these is good? Oh, man. All right, give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. So remember we were talking about the Moors Sundry Act? Right. Here. The free Moors, Francis, Daniel, Hammond, and Samuel, petitioned on behalf of themselves and their wives. They explained how some years ago, while fighting in defense of their country, they and their wives were captured and made prisoners of war by an African king. After this, a certain Captain Clark had them delivered to him, promising they would be redeemed by the Moroccan ambassador residing in England and return to their country. Instead, he transported them to South Carolina and sold them for slaves in violation of the Moroccan treaty. Since then, quote, by the greatest industry, they purchased freedom from their respective masters. They requested that as free-born subjects of a prince in alliance with the United States, that they should not be considered subject to a state law, known as the Negro Law, if they be found guilty of any crime of misdemeanor. They would receive a fair trial by lawful jury. The matter was referred to a committee consisting of Justice blah blah blah. So yeah. Pretty interesting. Now this is related to the Moorish Science Temple of America. You know, there's some crazy stuff in here, but there's a lot of good stuff too. You know, based off this guy. Timothy Drew is believed to have been born on January 8th, 1886 in North Carolina. Sources differ as to his background and upbringing. One reports he was the son of 2 former slaves who was adopted by a tribe of Cherokee. Another describes Drew as the son of a Moroccan Muslim father and a Cherokee mother. In 2014, an article in the online Journal of Race, Ethnicity, and Religion attempted to link Timothy Drew to one Thomas Drew, born on January 8th, 1886, using census records, a World War I draft card, and street directory records. Drew Ali reported that he met with a high priest of Egyptian magic during his travels. In one version of Drew Ali's biography, the leader saw him as a reincarnation of the founder. In others, he says that the priest considered him a reincarnation of Jesus, the Buddha, Muhammad, and other religious prophets. According to the biography, the highest trained Ali in mysticism gave him a lost section of the Quran. This text became known as the Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America. It is also known as the Circle 7 Quran because of its cover, which features a red 7 surrounded by a blue circle. The first 19 chapters are from the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ, published in 1908 by esoteric preacher and Ohioan Levi Dowling. In the Aquarian Gospel, Dowling described Jesus' supposed travels in India, Egypt, and Palestine during the years of his life not accounted for by the New Testament. Chapters 20 to 45 are adapted from the Rosicrucian work Unto Thee I Grant, featuring minor stylistic changes. They provide guidance on living, education, and the responsibilities of adherence. Drew Ali wrote the last 4 chapters of the Circle 7 Quran himself. In these he wrote, quote, the fallen sons and daughters of the Asiatic nation of North America need to learn to love instead of hate, and to know of their higher self and lower self. This is the uniting of the Holy Quran of Mecca for teaching and instructing all Moorish Americans, etc. The key of civilization was and is in the hands of the Asiatic nations, the Moorish, who were the ancient Moabites, and the founders of the holy city of Mecca. Okay. Ali believed that all African Americans are Moors, descended from the ancient Moabites, and taught that the kingdom of Moab evolved into modern Morocco. His claim does not align with pure blah, 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 blah. He claimed that Islam and its teachings are more beneficial to African American salvation, and that their true nature had been withheld from them. In the true in the traditions Ali founded, male members of the temple wear a fez or turban as head covering. Women wear a turban. Ali's followers added the suffixes Bey or El to their surnames to signify a connection to Moorish heritage and assert a new identity as Moorish Americans. This practice helped establish a distinct identity acknowledging the loss of ancestral African tribal names while communicating their new identity. As Ali taught his followers to be better citizens, he delivered speeches like, quote, a divine warning by the prophet for the nations, urging them to reject labels such as black, colored, and Negro. He encouraged all Americans to embrace love over hate, believing Chicago could become a second Mecca. I wonder if he'd be proud today. The ushers of the temple wore black fezes. The leader of a given temple was known as a Grand Sheik, or governor. Ali had several wives. According to the Chicago Defender, he claimed the power to marry and divorce at will. Interesting. So yeah, we're not going to go too deep into him, but he's the guy behind the Moorish, a lot of the Moorish movement. But remember, like we were talking about earlier, he got started related to the Nation of Islam. And a lot of this sounds ridiculous, but remember, the Sumter County Turks is pretty much talking about the same thing that we were discussing earlier. Pretty crazy. And then there's the Free Moors that we were talking about too. And again, mixture of Turkish and Native American. Isn't that the same thing that he's supposed to have? Free Moors, the Moors Sundry Act of 1790. Kind of talking about the same thing. And remember, America's first treaty was with Morocco. Now, according to some of this community, America is really Morocco. It's like the female sister continent to Africa. Africa, you got Morocco up there and Mauritania. Morocco, masculine. On the other side of the Atlantic, America. And both of these words have to do with maracas. Maracas, believe it or not. But the Moroccan-American Treaty of Peace and Friendship, also known as the Treaty of Marrakesh, was a bilateral agreement signed in 1786 that established diplomatic and commercial relations between the United States and Morocco. It was the first treaty between the U.S. and an African Muslim nation, and initiated what, as of 2025, remains the longest unbroken diplomatic relationship in U.S. history. Nearly a decade before the treaty, on the 20th of December 1777, Moroccan Sultan Muhammad III decreed that American ships could freely enter his kingdom's ports and enjoy safe passage through its waters, and became the first head of state to publicly recognize, that's a big one, became the first head of state to publicly recognize U.S. independence during the American Revolutionary War. Now, according Okay. Now we're going to go down another rabbit hole. This is a website called The Difference Between His Story and History. It's on vocal.media by Danielle Weed Bell. Everyone knows the story about George Washington and the cherry tree. But is it true? Why was the tale written? And is there some truth behind it? In 1806, Parson Weems wrote a book titled Life of Washington. Parsons Weems was known for writing several biographies of historical figures and for adding fictional stories to them. In the book Life of Washington, there are a few fictional tales about George Washington. The most commonly known tale about Washington is the story of Washington chopping down a cherry tree. In the story, Weems claimed Washington said, quote, "Father, I cannot tell a lie. I chopped down your cherry tree." It was to teach children the importance of honesty and trust, and it has successfully done that, or to a degree. To this day, even though it is proven untrue, it is taught in school to teach children not to be dishonest. Also, to make one of our founding fathers look good, so to say. Why did Weems choose a cherry tree, and what is the truth behind this story? In 1776, before there was the United States of America, the European colonizers or rebels had to petition all existing world empires to recognize them as sovereign nations. Unfortunately, no empire would grant them permission to call or govern themselves as a nation. Finally, 10 years later, in 1786, the Empire of Morocco formally recognized the United States, and they signed the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. It is the longest-standing treaty in United States history. Because of this treaty, the United States was now formally recognized as an independent nation. If it wasn't for Morocco, who knows how much longer it would have taken, or where America would be today. Okay, blah, 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 blah. What does this have to do with the cherry tree? The Moorish flag looked like a big cherry tree amongst a sea of blue flags. It stood out and was captivating. Therefore, it was deemed the cherry tree. Unfortunately, when the treaty was signed, both parties agreed not to enslave each other's citizens. That's when George Washington decided to strip Moorish citizens in the United States of their nationality. He chopped down and took all of the Moorish flags. In essence, chopping down a cherry tree. He took their flags and locked them in a vault. The motivation in this was strictly for slavery. He even called them strong men he needed in the fields. With the flags locked away, any and every dark-skinned Moor was thereby declared enslaved. If they couldn't prove their nationality, then they were enslaved. Back then, a flag was one of the ways you did that. The people of Morocco, the nation that helped them, were now enslaved by the United States. Right after signing, not myths or years, right away. Sorry, months, not months or years. Right away. Washington enslaved the people who helped him. He doesn't seem too honest or loyal to me. This is why the fictional story was written, to make him seem like the man he wasn't. Yeah. I won't read the whole thing there. But who's ever heard about that? George Washington and the cherry tree. Now, who's ever heard of the Shriners? Now, you see that theme of like mocking, right? The goofy story, making fun of the history. Who's ever heard of the Shriners? Let's go take a look at it. Some pictures. Have you guys ever heard of the Shriners? The Shriners are a group within Freemasonry. Within Freemasonry. You might see them playing around in clown cars. You might see them in their trademarked fezzes. They're the Freemasons who dress up in this kind of Arabic garb, Moroccan, the fezzes. See that? Clown cars. So the second part of this whole cherry tree story is the mocking of Morocco. That's the way, you know, a lot of these black alternative historians look at it. The Shriners. Let's go learn about the Shriners. What else are the Shriners known for? Clowns. They operate children's hospitals, and they dress up like clowns. So there's the Freemasons, lots and lots of Freemasons, but you have to be a master Mason in order to become a Shriner, who get the fez. And then when you're a Shriner, you can become one of the Royal Order of Jesters. Those are the clowns. All the most famous clowns there's ever been were Royal Order of Jesters. Being a clown is not just something you do for no reason. This is an ancient, archetypal, shamanic practice. And it all seems goofy, right? What are they making fun of? What the hell is going on here? Well, I'll tell you what. Just learn about the Shriners. Shriners International, formerly known as the Ancient Arabic Order of the Nobles of the Mystic Shrine, is an American Masonic society founded in 1872 in New York City. It is headquartered in, where? Tampa, Florida, and has over 200 chapters across 9 countries, with a global membership of nearly 1.7 million Shriners. The organization is known for its colorful Middle Eastern theme, elaborate participation in parades and festivals, and the Shriners Children's Network of non-profit pediatric medical facilities. Shriners International describes itself as a global fraternity based on fun, fellowship, and the Masonic principles of LGBT brotherly love, relief, and truth. Relief. Are they relieving themselves on as an appendant body within Freemasonry? Membership is open to men who have been initiated as Master Masons in a Masonic rite. Various partner organizations accept women and youth. Shriners are obliged to uphold the fraternity's mission and values, which include self-improvement, service, and leadership to the community, and active involvement in social and philanthropic causes. Philanthropic, what does that mean? Man lover. Philo, anthro. Man lover. Lover of man. Right. Read into it a little bit. Shriners International is recognizable for its Middle Eastern-inspired iconography, ceremonies, and motif. Shriners wear distinctive red fezzes as their official headgear, while fraternal regalia often features camels, pyramids, the Sphinx, and other ancient Egyptian and Arabian symbols. The headquarters of local chapters, formerly known as shrine centers, are sometimes called temples or even mosques. Most have names such as Egypt, Sahara, Morocco, and Oasis, and are built in the Moorish Revival style. We're going to take a look at that next. And many are built in the Moorish Revival style. The organization is governed by the Imperial Divan, referring to the traditional government councils of the Near East, composed of 12 imperial officers who serve as a board of directors. However, Shriners International has no connection with the region nor with Islam. Okay. Notable American Shriners include FBI Director Edgar Hoover, J. Edgar Hoover, actors Mel Blanc, John Wayne, Ernest, I don't know how to say that, Borgnine, and Roy Rogers. Supreme Court Justice Earl Warren, General Douglas MacArthur, and Presidents Gerald Ford and Harry Truman. You know who else was a Shriner? Colonel Sanders was a Shriner. Let me show you here. So what we're going to get back to is this whole mockery thing. Mocking the Moors. That's good old Colonel Sanders there. Was a Shriner. Shriner. Let's see, there's another. There we go. See his headstone. You know when he was born? September 9th, 90. 9990. Flip that upside down. 666. Okay. He was a Shriner and a Master Mason. Talk about mocking black people. Here's his headstone. And you notice the colors too, the red and the white. Like the bucket. It's almost like the buckets of Fez, right? Yeah, we can talk about John Wayne Gacy. John Wayne Gacy was the manager of multiple KFCs, also a clown. Also liked to dress up as a clown. John Wayne Gacy. He would feed KFC to his victims. Okay. Now, where did the KFC myth start? Now, the KFC stereotype. Okay. Happy Juneteenth, everyone. The KFC fried chicken stereotype is an anti-African racist trope that has its roots in the American Civil War and traditional slave foods, the popularity of fried chicken in the southern United States, and its portrayal in films like, this is it, The Birth of a Nation, contributed to the development of this stereotype. Restaurants such as Sambo's and Coon Chicken Inn. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Look at that. The red fez and everything, folks. We're just heating up. We're just getting started. Okay. On my YouTube channel, we've talked a lot about the KGC. Who's ever heard of the Knights of the Golden Circle? These were like the Confederate Freemasons. The Knights of the Golden Circle was a secret society founded in 1854 by American George W. L. Bickley, the objective of which was to create a new country known as the Golden Circle, Circulo Dorado, where slavery would be legal. The country's circle of 16 degrees radius, about 2,400 miles in diameter, would have been centered on Havana. It would have consisted of the southern United States, Mexico, which was to be divided into 25 new slave states, Central America, northern parts of South America, and Cuba, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and most other islands in the Caribbean. The KGC's proposal grew out of previously unsuccessful proposals to annex Cuba, parts of Central America, and all of Mexico. Okay, blah, blah, blah. This is what they were planning on taking. And yeah, all the people who were behind the Lincoln assassination were members of the KGC. Members of the KGC. KGC was founded in Kentucky. First castle, notice that first castle in Cincinnati, originated at Lexington, Kentucky. So they really came out of Kentucky. Keep that in mind. KGC, Kentucky. Okay. Now, what if I told you that KFC took their name from the KGC? And here, let's see how they dressed up. This is what their rituals looked like. And for anyone that doesn't know, the KKK came out of the KGC. KKK came out of the KGC. So, this is why you see so many Ks. You know, K is the 11th letter of the alphabet. 3 times 11 is 33. KKK is 11, 11, 11, 33. This is why you see so many Ks in fast food. You know? Kmart. Circle K. What were they originally known as? Originally known as Triple K. You guys know this? Hang on. All right, I might be wrong on that one. Well, you can find 3 Ks. But, you know, Krispy Kreme. KK. Who else? Crystals. Y with a K. Golden Circle. All fast food was started by the remnants of the KGC or the KKK. There's movies that tell you this too. There's movies that tell you this. The Kingsmen, Knights of the Golden Circle, or the Kingsmen, the Golden Circle. They cloned Tyrone. Okay. What else? Krusty Krab. The Krusty Krab from SpongeBob. KK. Why is all the fast food KK this? And oh yeah, there's Krusty the Clown. Huh. Simpsons always knows what's up. But we didn't really get to the other part of this. Why did we always see monkeys with fezzes? You know, we don't have time to go all the way down the... I guess we do. Did you guys know that when Kentucky grills their chicken, you guys know this? When KFC tries to be healthy, when they are at like a sporting event, when KFC's at the Olympics, for example, they don't show up as KFC because there's nothing healthy about fried chicken. So when they're trying to be healthy or present themselves as healthy, they call themselves Kentucky Grilled Chicken. And you can just order Kentucky Grilled Chicken from the restaurant sometimes. But they actually print KGC on the buckets. And remember, that Birth of a Nation movie that popularized the fried chicken stereotype was a movie that glorified the KKK. So the fast food industry is directly rooted in this type of stuff. You're going to see hang on. All right, see them? They're real. See it? KGC. I'm telling you the truth. Can I get an amen? Can I get a KGC? These are real. Certain times. Hawa, folks. Come on. Dodge the hijack. Now, where do we go with this? Okay, the fast food thing, I've got a whole video on that. Knights of the Golden Circle. Go look it up. Oof. I'm getting stiff up here. What was I going to look up? Okay. Why are there so many? Why was this such a thing growing up? Why do we always see the monkey with the fez? Why is there always the monkey with the fez? Why is it always like acting like a clown or like a mime, you know? Why is this such a popular thing? Who came up with this? Think about how many of these you saw growing up. Where did this come from? Now, there's a bunch of the Moorish stuff that is kind of easy to make fun of, right? Maybe some dubious figures in there. But where does the monkey in the fez trope come from? I think it's a mockery of the Moorish Empire. I think it's a mockery of civilized blacks in America. And you notice the Shriners dress up like this. And then, so the deeper you go into the Masons, the Shriners, then the Royal Order of Jesters, the more you're clowning this history. Would that be a good way to say it? Look at these. Let's see how old this goes back. It was originally associated with the city of Fez in Morocco, where such hats were made, and it became the national headgear of the Turks. Organ grinders, men who busked. Whoa, holy crap. Someone said that in the comments. Holy crap. Organ grinders. That's some they clone Tyrone type shit. Men who busked using a mechanical organ to create music often had a monkey as a companion to attract punters. The monkey generally wore such a fez. Sock monkey. We all had these growing up. Look at that. With the fucking thing on it. That is making fun of the Moors and the Moorish scientists and the Moorish Empire. Come on. I had one of these growing up. Sock monkey. Are you allowed to say that on YouTube? Sock monkey? Let's hear it for the sock monkeys, y'all. You guys catch that? Dodge the hijack, okay? But come on, y'all. Why is this so popular? Well, all right, I've got a couple more videos, interesting videos here. Maybe relate, maybe don't. The next video we're going to watch comes from Dr. Henry Abramson.
Here's how Red Barn made.
Okay, 1 second. This is from Henry Abramson on YouTube. Shout out to him.
A little bit.
We're going to learn about Eurafrican Jews in the Caribbean. See if that plays a role in this at all. No closed captioning allowed. What the hell?
Now, if we step back a little bit to understand the economic background of this migration, besides the political and religious background that I began with at the beginning, the Inquisition and so on, searching for places where they could freely practice Judaism, first as crypto Jews, sometimes even in a Portuguese environment like Brazil, and then later openly as Jews. This was against the backdrop of a much larger economic phenomenon known as the triangular trade. Basically, the way it looked, and this is somewhat of an oversimplification, but nevertheless captures the larger picture. You have manufactured goods coming out of the great colonial empires of Europe, in particular Portugal and England and the Netherlands, and they're bringing their manufactured goods down to Africa. They are then trading them for slaves. And these enslaved peoples are then shipped across the Atlantic Ocean through the notorious and horrific Middle Passage, where they are then deposited in South America and the Caribbean, and to a certain degree in the 13 colonies. I don't especially like this map because it tends to imply they're going straight to the 13 colonies, but in reality, many of them are being dropped off in places like Curacao and then being resold and shipped up to the Americas. The Caribbean is extremely important for all of this trade. And then from the Americas, the Southern, Mesoamerican, and North American continents, you have raw materials, all kinds of, furs and things like that coming from Canada. But from the Caribbean, you have in particular cane sugar that is traveling. And by the way, the cane sugar requires heavy amounts of labor, and that's where the slaves come in. They are employed in these massive plantations to harvest the cane sugar and then ship it off. From the Americas, you have things like tobacco, for example, or cotton, the same kind of idea. It's shipped off to Europe, where it's processed into manufactured goods, and this cycle went on for a few hundred years, to the tremendous misery of the enslaved Africans in particular. So how did Jews fit into this overall picture? The issue of Jews and the slave trade is especially heated and is used often in polemics and apologetics. I'm going to return to it in just one second, but I do want to say that on the whole, the participation of Jews in the entire institution of slavery was largely unremarkable. And what I mean by that was they were not especially distinguished by a high level of moral allergy to this institution, which caused so much pain, nor were they grossly overrepresented, particularly when you correct for not only the tiny size of their population, but their place in the overall socioeconomic structure. In fact, when you look more closely at the trade, what were Jews doing primarily in the Caribbean, where a lot of this slave trade was happening? They had the so-called grote vaart, the large trade. These are Dutch terms, which involve those three basic elements: the raw goods, the manufactured goods, and the enslaved Africans. And Jews were only, tangentially involved in the grote vaart. They were very heavily involved, however, in what was called the kleine vaart, or the small trade, which was lots of things that supported the overall economic structure. Like, for example, around Curacao, where there was a large Jewish settlement, there were Jews definitely who were involved in plantations and owning slaves and so on. We're going to look at one of those in particular, but primarily Jews were involved in sort of supportive industries. Like, for example, the ships come in and they need all kinds of goods. They need foodstuffs. They need to have their ropes repaired, their sails repaired. They need tar. They need all kinds of things to be able to outfit the ships and so on. And so Jews would be very much involved in kind of the peripheral industries to support the overall economic structure. So it would be incorrect to say that Jews were, on the one hand, totally divorced from the grote vaart, because they were involved in all of the economic secondary activities, but it would also be wrong to say that they were overly represented in the slave trade as well. There are some exceptions that prove the rule, if you will. Jerónimo Núñez da Costa, for example, also known as Moses Curiel, he lived between 1620 and 1697. He was a very important Portuguese agent in Amsterdam, deeply involved in the slave trade. If we look at Suriname, which is also on the coast of South America, in a place they called the Joden Savannah, or the Jewish Savannah, it was established in the 1600s, and it absorbs all kinds of Jewish migrants to the territory, including those who fled Recife. Some of them made their way up to the New Amsterdam at that time, and others went to Joden Savannah. And at its peak, around the year 1700, there were about 500 plantation owners, primarily Jews, and about 9,000 enslaved Africans. It was a difficult kind of industry as a whole. There were multiple slave revolts. There were attacks from foreigners. But what really caused the Joden Savannah to collapse, and in fact, much of the slave trade as a whole was really changed by this, was the development of the beet sugar industry in the 1760s. Beets grow in Europe. They can be transformed into sugar. Europeans had developed an addiction really to sugar once it had been exported cheaply from the Caribbean, but it was cane sugar that was sent, and molasses and rum, all derivatives of cane sugar. But once Europe had figured out ways to make sugar locally rather than engaging this expensive shipping across the Atlantic, all of a sudden the cane sugar industry collapsed. And it had a disastrous effect on the plantations, including Joden Savannah. But as an illustration of how the Jewish economy was really much more diverse, it really didn't change the overall Jewish economy that much. But it had, like a general depressing effect, because so much of the Jewish economy was attached to the slave-based cane sugar industry. So therefore, from the 1760s onward, there was much more of an impetus for Jews to look for, better avenues for economic development. Now, in this regard, just looking at those numbers again, 500 plantation owners, right? Jews primarily from Europe, and 9,000 enslaved people. As we see with non-Jewish plantation populations, this led to the development, sometimes very exploitative, of a Euro-African Jewish population. What this means is that many slave owners, typically males, would take female slaves as wives or as concubines and would produce offspring, and they would have some relationship with those offspring in some cases, but nevertheless, now you have a new population of people. And how were they dealt with in Jewish society? This is fascinating. It is important to note that the actual gender disparity of Jews was somewhat better. It was still definitely very male focused, but it was somewhat better than the non-Jewish population. This was due in part to the fact that Jews tended to migrate as family units at a higher rate than other Europeans. They're all fleeing persecution, and so therefore traveling as a family makes more sense. But it also has to do with the fact that there were specific institutions dedicated to trying and produce Jewish marriages. The Dotar Society in particular was extremely important. This was a society based in Amsterdam that, collected
Shout out to
funds
Kirkwood.
and
$10. Appreciate it.
marriages as far as possible for poor Jewish brides. So the problem was not quite as acute for Jewish populations as it was for non-Jewish, but nevertheless, it was significant. So you have a look at this remarkable picture here, which I think illustrates the whole story. On the left is Maria Louise de Hart, obviously with some African descent, and she is married to Johannes Ellis, also of African descent. They're dressed, however, in very European clothing, and they are, in fact, very important people. What's their parentage? So Maria's father was a Jewish plantation owner, and her mother was a freed slave. And Johannes Ellis's father was a non-Jewish Dutch governor of the region, and his mother was a woman from Ghana. This picture was taken, by the way, in 1846. So how do we know about these populations that racially look different from Ashkenazic Jewries or even from Sephardic Jews coming straight out of the Iberian Peninsula? This is amazing research done by Professor Aviva Ben-Ur. And basically, the kind of sources we have are slave manumission records. That is when slaves are freed. This is something that had to be recorded because obviously, if a person was a freed slave, they had to have paperwork to ensure that they could preserve their freedom. And it's also important to note that this was an opportunity for the state to tax slave owners if they wished to free their slaves. It was an expensive proposition to free a slave. You had to provide an annuity, you had to provide income for them and so on. And so people would generally only manumit their slaves if they felt an emotional connection with them, for example, if they were concubines or if they were children. And we have significant numbers of these slave manumission records that give us a sense of why Jews would engage in this process. Related to this, by the way, is conversion, which we'll talk about in a second. We also have wills of former slave owners who then freed their slaves and then chose to bequeath money to them. And finally, we have burial records, which indicate what happened to these freed slaves or their offspring once they had become Jewish. Were they buried in a Jewish cemetery, for example, and so on? And you have this large phenomenon of what were called reputed children. And these are the children typically of Jewish male plantation owners, like in Yodin Savannah, with wives or concubines of African descent who may not have had the benefits of conversion and so on, but nevertheless were included in the wills of Jewish testators. Some of them are quite fascinating. For example, Emmanuel Baruch Lusada, who died in Jamaica in 1795, he left a very interesting will where one of his sons was to be awarded a significant amount of money. And he also, this son, by the way, who was a reputed child, was actually raised by Emmanuel Baruch's cousin, who apparently had a tremendous amount of fondness for him. And in her own will, she had left money to this child as well. But what is especially ironic is that Emmanuel Baruch was cognizant of the fact that his children, presumably from his European wife, it appears that his reputed child was the child of a mistress. He anticipated that his European wife and his offspring with his European wife would actually object to the allocation of funds to this reputed child. And so he actually put a codicil in his will that if any of them, his wife or his children by that wife, disputed the will or questioned the allocation of funds to their half-brother, they would formally lose all of the money that had been allocated to them in the will. It gives you a sense of the range of emotional attachment that these Jewish testators had for their offspring, even though they weren't necessarily born by European mothers. Now, it is important to note, as Professor Ben-Ur points out, that the records are spotty and inconsistent, and it's difficult to really project the overall picture based on these cases. They might entirely be something that reflects on individuals who had particularly close relationships, where otherwise we can imagine the horrific degree of abuse that could arise in these family relationships because of the intrinsically exploitative nature of the institution of slavery as a whole. We nevertheless do have lots of examples of the offspring of such relations being converted to Judaism upon manumission. We have examples of infant conversion. We have all kinds of things going on that are quite fascinating. This is, by the way, a picture of the mikveh of Suriname. It's now dry, but this would have been filled with water and would have been part of the conversion process. However, taking all of this together, it's a complicated picture. It's fascinating just to see the little details here and there, but it's a complicated picture. It is important to note that one other set of records, and those are synagogue records, are especially telling as to how this society functioned in Yodin Savannah. The reality is that it appears that the offspring of Africans who were converted to Judaism were accepted within the Jewish community, but nevertheless, there was kind of a layover of racial ideology within that acceptance. This is, again, not at all exceptional when you consider the complicated degrees of racial distinctions that the overall society was making between Europeans and Africans, and half European, half Africans, and 1/4 Africans, 1/4 Europeans, 1/8, and so on. And they actually had a whole chart to describe what a person was, depending on how much European and how much African ancestry they had. In the synagogue of Suriname, you have a racial distinction between two groups of people, the so-called congregantes or congregants, and that would refer to these partially African Jews, nevertheless Jews, but there was a distinction, and there were certain restrictions placed upon them where they could sit, often buried at the side of the cemetery, things like that, and so-called yechidim, which is hard to translate exactly. It sort of means like, it literally means exceptional people, but it really means like unique people. And that's the purely European Jews who have more privileges, are buried in the main section of the synagogue and things like that. So to think that, once they were converted to Judaism, they were automatically socially accepted, I think that would be kind of Pollyannish to think that would happen. Nevertheless, they were considered halakhically as Jews. And maybe I conclude by saying that, this is an interesting illustration of the overlay of societal prejudices upon a halachic basis, because in terms of Jewish law or halakha, race plays absolutely no status in the role that a Jew has with regards their obligations, responsibilities, and so on. There's no distinctions made whatsoever within the halakhic literature that bear any reference to a person's racial background or appearance or so on. So all of this other material of separating the congregants between congregantes and yechidim and separate burial sections, things like that, it's either totally innovated as a social reflection of that time, or sometimes it's a complete contradiction of halakha. Nevertheless, this is how the society functioned. There's some great work. Please have a look at Professor Aviva Ben-Ur's books on this. Quite fascinating. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video.
All right, y'all. A lot to chew over there, but there's this whole matter of who was enslaving who, and I just think we should get all the perspectives we can. So that was a rabbi who was just talking, Henry Abramson. Shout out to him on YouTube. Now we're watching The Line of Fire, which is Dr. Michael Brown, also a Jewish guy. Let's hear what he has to say. He takes a different position, and he's kind of, well, not a position, just history in that last video. But Let's hear what Michael Brown wants to talk about.
Jewish involvement in the slave trade. Now, interestingly, you have examples of Arab Islamic involvement in slave trade going into Africa and bringing slaves out. Oh, back in the 600s, documented as early as 641. That was practiced in Islam with Arabs and Muslims.
Don't miss the boat show.
We want to watch this one. This one's more exciting.
No one was stopping. And then he said, they're not answering because I'm going to embarrass Dr. Brown on the air. So anyway, I noticed right at the end that he called in. So here's the call. This is what actually happened. I want to play this from last week. Maxwell, great. You're going to embarrass me. They won't pick up. Dr. Brown knows me. I'd embarrass him. Maxwell, I have no clue who you are, but go ahead and embarrass me, please. You got the listening world. Please go for it.
You don't remember me from the Noah question? You don't remember that?
What?
But
No,
anyway,
I've been asked hundreds of thousands of questions, sir, over the years. But go ahead.
All right. I noticed that we're not live. That's the first thing I noticed, but that's okay. I'm still going to ask.
Maxwell, we are live. I'm looking at the clock. You got a minute and a half before.
You know, we don't have time for this. Just watch one more.
On Jews, Stan Mervis at ASU, who is just coming out with a book this coming spring, 2020. That's right.
This is from an article, or this is from a YouTube channel called Valley Bet Midrash on YouTube. Shout out to them. The video is called Jewish Slave Owners of Jamaica. Professor Stan Mervis, interviewed by Rabbi Dr. Shmuley Yanklowitz.
Jews of 18th century Jamaica, published by Yale University Press. So very exciting. Can you tell us a little bit about why you chose to write this?
Well, I started my graduate work writing about travel literature and the Sephardic experience, people like Yotzef Chaim David Azulai. And when I was doing my PhD at the Graduate Center for City University of New York, my advisor, Jane Gerber, who is a expert in the Sephardic experience writ large, suggested I go to Jamaica and look at archives there. And so I said, yes. Why wouldn't you? Yeah. And there I found Last Will and Testaments in abundance. And it really, I became enamored with these sources, and it really changed the type of historian I was, what kind of text I was interested in, what aspect of Jewish life I really wanted to uncover. And also Jamaica became a very fruitful place because the more I searched, I realized there were no surviving communal documents from Jamaica from the 18th century. They'd all been destroyed in an earthquake in 1907. So having this abundance of probate records, I realized that maybe the only way to really uncover the lives of this local community. So I've been spending the last several years reading wills and trying to reconstruct the history of a whole community based on just those documents.
Wow. So if you ask the average American Jew how many Jews ever lived in Jamaica, they'd say just a few vacationers for vacation. So what's the truth about that?
Well, that's not inaccurate today. Yeah. And today there are about 200 Jews in Jamaica, which actually makes it quite a large Caribbean community. And the community today is made up of an old guard of Portuguese, and there's a lot of Israelis there, and also a lot of people of color who are connected to the community either by having a heritage of having been Jewish or descended from a Jewish person, or they are attracted to Judaism. So that's the makeup of the community today. In the 18th century, the community reached a peak at around 1,000, which still doesn't seem like a lot. And it was actually smaller than other Caribbean communities. So Curacao and Suriname all had larger Jewish populations in the 18th century. Those were Dutch colonies. But Jamaica alone was bigger than all North America put together. So the communities like New York and Philadelphia and Newport and Charleston, which is so heavily in our focus of the early American Jewish experience, really that didn't amount to as many Jews that were in Kingston and Spanish Town together, not to mention all the Jews on the west coast of the island as well.
So that's really the beginning of the story of this region then. So what is the dynamic in play with Jews and slavery in Jamaica?
Yeah. So this is obviously a huge aspect of what I write about, and the reason I write about this so much is because it was a very conspicuous aspect of the wills. As I was reading the wills, you find that that slave populations are being bequeathed en masse, and that they're being named individually. And also, you see a lot of evidence, sometimes very direct and articulate, of concubinage or sexual relationships with women of color, both enslaved and free, and then incorporating their children and to some extent into the family through voluntary inheritance. So that all made me realize that we need to address the issue of Jewish slave ownership. Over time, I've also realized that this has been the subject of competing tendencies. One coming from an anti-Jewish position like the Nation of Islam that wanted to make the case that Jews were overly represented in the slave trade and were overly abusive to slaves. And that's not true. In fact, it's kind of puzzling why Jews weren't more involved in the slave trade, since it was a totally open type of endeavor that had no guilds or protections like that. And Jews owned slaves to the same extent that everybody else did. So there were no particularities. Now, this stands in contrast to a rival kind of mentality where Jews must have treated their slaves better. Because how could you be sitting at a Passover Seder saying we were once slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt while being served by slaves? But people did that. And so some scholars reached an apologetic conclusion in the 20th century saying that Jews manumitted their slaves more readily or treated them better. And I find that no position really captures the truth. So in fact, I crunched the numbers in my wills and I found that slaves were about 11 times more likely to be bequeathed than they were to be freed by Jews. So it's very uncommon to actually free manumit slaves. And there are cases of Jewish abuse of slaves. And then there are plenty of cases of manumissions. In one case, he manumits a Jewish slave owner manumits his quote unquote mulatto son because of the love and affection he has for him. So there are cases of sort of sentimentality as well. But Jews are like everybody else. There are some abusive slave owners, and there are some that own slaves because that's what's done in the colony that they live in. Yeah.
So if it's the case that Jews were more or less following the same patterns as anyone else living in that area, is it your understanding that that's the same case for the Jewish North in North America and the Jewish South in North America, that essentially they operate no different than those in the region?
Yeah, I think that's where we are in the scholarship on this issue right now. And there's some new scholarship coming out, especially focused on Suriname, where Jews had a whole plantation community of their own, autonomous Jewish plantation village called Yoden Savannah, where they enslaved thousands of Africans. So there's been a lot of new research, and I think where we are writ large is that the Jews show no particularity in their slave ownership than anybody else. And that's true in the American South as well. And there were, proportionally to numbers, because there were more Jews living in the North at the time of the Civil War, but proportionally there was as much support for the Southern cause among Jews as there were as there was for the cause of the North. And ironically, the rabbinate was quite split on the issue of emancipation of slaves. And so in one case, Morris Raphael in New York wrote a very famous piece, an editorial, where he defended slavery because, after all, the Bible endorses slavery, and the Bible actually sets out very clear parameters by which a Jew should own slaves, or how a Jew should own slaves. That was opposed by, he was more of the Orthodox, you may call, spectrum, or a supporter of like Isaac Leeser type of Judaism in America, whereas the Reform took a more progressive policy towards that. And so people like, I think his name was.
Now let's go check in with our friend, Dr. Michael Brown, from the Line of Fire. See what he has to say.
Embarrass me, please. You got thousands of questions, sir, over the years, but go ahead.
All right. I noticed that we're not live. That's the first thing.
A minute and a half before we even know what you're thinking. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I'm a student of history, and I know that the Jews were involved in the slave trade and a major part of the slave trade. And
False.
we're talking about
false. What were we just listening to?
Totally false.
What?
100% false.
Hold on.
Can you believe the gaslighting? Can you believe the gaslighting?
Hold on.
Maxwell, that's false. That's false.
That's true. True.
The Louis Farrakhan books have been demolished,
Straw
destroyed,
man.
refuted.
Straw man.
Jews
Straw man. But okay, we're gonna keep watching.
played a minor role in the slave trade. Jews played a minor role in the slave trade. Fact. I'll tell you what, Maxwell, you want to here's the deal. When you speak ignorance, you embarrass yourself. When you hear, so tell you what,
I posted my source from a Jewish source on your page on Facebook.
Maxwell, the things have been demolished.
This is not a hack job. This is the straight truth for you.
See how he keeps pushing it towards Louis Farrakhan books that are easily debunked? You know, just conflicting things here. You know, we're just listening to different sides of the story. This is from his own channel, so he felt comfortable putting this out, The Line of Fire.
Okay, now can you answer my question? Okay, what part do Jewish people have to pay in reparations to black people?
Well, I would say that if you look at black crime on Jews in recent years, which is
Black
much
crime,
higher
this is
than
propaganda. Are you're a Russian bot now? You just spreading lies?
All right, so I just want to give him a second to see. This is some of the nonsense we deal with. All right, so the problem is that many people believe this to be true.
Guess which student?
Well, weren't we just watching these guys say that it's true?
Bernard Felsenthal in Chicago, and famously David Einhorn, a Reform rabbi, who was a student, if I'm not mistaken, a student of Kaufman Kohler, or I may have it. Actually, I think I have it the other way around.
Okay.
Right, an important foundational figure in Reform Judaism in America. He was in Baltimore, and he avidly championed the cause of abolition.
Yeah.
He was actually run out of his own home in Baltimore for doing that because it was a slave supporting.
So all of the Reform progressive abolitionists would have been in the North or relatively close. We wouldn't be finding them in the South, right?
Well, theoretically, in the South there were positions. So let's say the furthest south maybe have been Cincinnati, where someone like Isaac Mayer Wise, a towering figure in American Jewry, took a kind of middle position where he wasn't willing to say that slavery was antithetical to Judaism, but found some shared cause. One thing that nobody was an abolitionist.
Oh, really?
And that is because the supporters of abolitionism in America had a very anti-Jewish rhetoric associated with their cause.
Even Quakers did?
Yeah,
oh,
it's true. And William Lloyd Garrison also had said some quite hostile things towards the Jews.
Wow.
So you find that even rabbis like David Einhorn, who is probably the most supportive of emancipation, never really called himself an abolitionist.
So it wasn't a difference in values as much as sort of identity.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, interesting. Now, of course, there were Jews of color in Jamaica, and so how does the Jewish community in Jamaica, particularly Jewish slave owners, relate to Jews of color? Are they primarily Jews? Are they primarily people of color? Did Jewish white folks own Jewish people of color? So what did all that look like?
Yeah, so this is the $1 million question, right? What is the Jewish identity? How do you define it for mulatto Jews, as they're called in Suriname, or Jews of color, people with Jewish ancestry? Did they identify as Jews? Were they incorporated in the community? Were they incorporated into the family? And it's hard to answer that question in Jamaica because there are no communal records. But there are communal records in Suriname. So this is what we know about Suriname, was that these Jews were part of the community. They were called mulatto Jews in the records. But they were not able to achieve the status of Yechidim. So they are Congregants, which were lesser status, where they were paying taxes to the community but couldn't receive communal honors. And in fact, there were moments when they had burial that was in somewhat of a less choice area of the marginal status. Yet there was racial or natural children, and so some don't have a connection to one example in the family wealth in that way. And then when you read the will closer, you find that there isn't really one clear answer in any of that, and that's probably truth about
Okay, and maybe we'll finish up with this one. This is from Afolabi Chima Bacco. Video is called Minister Farrakhan on Unity Between Black Americans and Native Americans.
Every year since I've been on the air at WPFW, which is 15 years, I'm the only Native American voice on the radio east of the Mississippi on FM radio. Every year, I ask my listeners and supporters to help me fill 2 to 3 53-foot tractor trailers of clothes and toys and food and medical supplies to take out to the people of Pine Ridge, the people of Rosebud, the 3 affiliated tribes in North Dakota, the San Carlos Apaches in Arizona. And people have been good in helping us do this. But you know, I'm hearing what you're saying, and it makes sense that if we were united, then we could eliminate poverty within our own communities.
That's correct.
If we were united, then we could stop the defamation of Mother Earth. If we were united, we could stop pollution in our waters. If we were united, we could bring an end to the pollution that comes from coal and digging for oil. If we were united, then we would be able to find the answers that our ancestors had, mine and yours, thousands of years ago, when God told us that we are the caretakers of the earth. We could find the way back to natural living through solar energy that's free, through energy from the water that's free. But as long as there's not a $ tag knowing it, they're not interested. And they don't care about the people.
That's why, my dear brother, when you say if we were united, in whose interest is our division? It's in their interest, because as long as we are not united, they can continue to do as they've been doing, and John McCain and the McCains of this country will continue to rob the Indians.
The Iceman. The Wild Man. The European. Wild Man. He came from the ice.
Of the value of their land, keep us divided, keep us poor. That is their tactic.
That's their goal.
Now, if we know that, and we do know it, then it is in our best interest to knock down every artificial barrier that keeps us from that power that comes from our unity. And we don't have to send 3 trucks of supplies to Rosebud or to Pine Ridge. If we are united, the land that is under our feet that we have control over, we can feed, clothe, shelter, produce jobs, because it's all in the land. So some of my brothers used to say, free the land. And if the land and much of it is in trust, we need to free the land. And we can do it if we are united and, wait a minute, and we are willing to not talk about it, but be willing to pay the price to free the land. There is no freedom without the shedding of blood. I'm sorry to have to say that. Nonviolence is not going to bring the land back to us. Our unity will keep us from having to fire a shot. But if we are not united, the only way we're going to get what belongs to us is to make up our minds either to live to get it or die trying to get it. And when you are willing and not afraid anymore to pay the price for freedom, don't let this white man tell you that violence is wrong. Every damn thing.
Tengu. Don't let this Tengu tell you. Okay, we're talking Tengu here. Let's be specific.
That he got it by being violent, killing people, raping and robbing and
all right, chill, Louis, chill. All right, who's ever heard of alligator bait? Got to fit this one in here before we wrap it up. Alligator bait. Depicting African American children as alligator bait was a common trope in American popular culture in the 19th and 20th centuries. The motif was present in a wide array of media, including newspaper reports, songs, sheet music, and visual art. The image of black children or infants being used as bait to lure alligators was widespread in white popular culture, often appearing in conjunction with other racist tropes. So, yeah. Almost always Florida. Honey, come down. We's a waiting for you in Florida. Yeah. Terrible. Gator bait. Well, all right. I think we covered it all. Hopefully, did some of that justice. Let's see what else. I think that's it. You know, were black people present in the Americas before the white man showed up, or at least before Columbus showed up? I'm convinced of that, at the very least. At the very least, I'm convinced of that. Now, as to who, whether that was part of a Moorish empire, whether that was part of... Hang on. 1 second here. All right, there we go. Whether that was a Moorish empire, whether that was just an indigenous population, whether that was ancient Africans getting swept away by a storm, who knows? Who knows? That's for you guys to decide. Not my expertise. I don't really have a dog in the fight to say. But, you know, suspicious artwork, suspicious illustrations, the whole Moorish fez, the Shriners wearing the fez, making fun of the whole history, mocking the defeated peoples, you know, slaves potentially being prisoners of war instead of, you know, captured, enslaved Africans, things like that. So yeah, I hope we did some of these theories justice, at least. And see you guys later. See you guys tomorrow, maybe the next day. Peace. Everyone have a good night. All right. Everyone have a good night.
World, Florida. Dr. Narco Longo. Old World, Florida.
Remix.
Dr. Narco Longo. Old World, Florida. Dr. Narco Longo.
Peace. Good night.
Brought to you by the Florida Department of Magic. Welcome to Florida, baby. Florida is the original garden of Eden. Florida oranges are the golden apples of mythology. A race of giant men once roamed this peninsula. The Smithsonian can suck my balls. Florida is littered with many ancient megalithic ship anchors, known as sacks or steamers. I'm bringing Saxa back. Noah's Ark was constructed out of gopher wood. Gopher wood only grows one place in the world, Florida. Florida is the birthplace of the United States. The first Thanksgiving was in Florida. Let the black drink flow. Orange man good. Keep his way out of Florida.
Bring about truth.